Chapter 4536. Although Gu Fei's doppelganger was not a supreme existence in the eternal realm, Gu Fei's true body was a supreme expert who had cultivated to the eternal realm. How could his understanding of the eternal great Tao be comparable to that of the master of Chaos Immortal Mansion? Although he was not an eternal expert, the eternal great Tao was no secret to him. Boom! Gu Fei's doppelganger directly punched the master of Chaos Immortal Mansion. Although the doppelganger was pushed back by the opponent's half-step eternal realm, the doppelganger was also pushed back by Gu Fei himself. How is this possible? At this time, the master of Chaos Immortal Mansion was shocked to the extreme. He looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger in front of him as if he was looking at a monster. The master of Chaos Immortal Mansion never expected that his opponent could withstand his punch. He walked on an alternative eternal path. Although it was an alternative eternal path, it was still an eternal path. How did a puny extreme grade supreme martial artist manage to block his punch? Humph! I said that a half-step eternal realm expert is not invincible in the world. Even a true eternal realm expert is not invincible. Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently, "Outrageous! I don't believe I can't kill you." The master of Chaos Immortal Mansion's face became extremely cold. In the next moment, one great Tao law after another turned into a terrifying destructive force that directly obliterated Gu Fei's doppelganger. Tens of thousands of great Tao laws intertwined and filled the entire world. It was still an almost invincible attack that couldn't be avoided. This was the horror of a half-step eternal realm expert. Even a casual attack was unavoidable. One could only brace himself and face it head-on. For an extreme grade supreme, the existence of the eternal realm was like a dragon in the sky, and they were like ants on the ground. An eternal expert could kill countless extreme grade supreme with a single slap. This was the gap between the realms. But now this guy who was regarded as an ant by an eternal expert could actually contend with an eternal expert. This made the master of Chaos Immortal Mansion shocked. Master really has a great background. At this time, a figure rushed over from a distance. His clothes were tattered, his body was stained with blood, and his forehead was bleeding. He was Di Jiutian. When everyone saw Di Jiutian, they were shocked by his appearance. A casual strike from the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion had severely injured Di Jiutian. The master of the Chaos Cultivation Base and Combat Strength had most likely surpassed the extreme grade. How can there be such an existence in this world? An ancestor-level existence from the 5 elements heavenly sect from the primal beginning realm stared at the skinny figure in the sky in shock. The aura exuded by the kid who looked like he was 12 or 13 years old was just too shocking. Even the ancestor-level existence from the 5 elements sky sect felt his soul tremble. If the person in the sky wanted to kill him, it would be easier than squashing an ant. Surpassing the extreme Tao, is it really possible? The other extreme Tao Supremes from the primal beginning realm were also inexplicably shocked. The power emanating from the person in the sky was real. There has been such a legend since ancient times. I thought it was just a legend. An ancestor from the heavens equal sect in the grand beginning world side. In his opinion, reaching the extreme way was already extremely difficult. Was there a higher realm above the extreme way? He didn't even dare to imagine it. At this time, an old man shrouded in purple mist, like a purple sun, stared at the 2 figures in the sky. His eyes were even brighter and more piercing than the stars. The Eastern Purple Chi sect was one of the 10 great heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. It had existed for countless years and had the most ancient records in the primal beginning realm. Those ancient records recorded some of the conjectures and deductions of the supreme experts of the primal beginning era. The ancestor of the Eastern Purple Chi sect had once read a line left behind by an unknown expert in an ancient record. There might be a path at the end of the extreme Tao. There might be a path at the end of the extreme Tao. The ancestor of the Eastern Purple Chi sect muttered to himself. Chaotic universe. At this time, Gu Fei's clone roared angrily and directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic secret technique. The chaotic power erupted from his body, and the void around him immediately distorted. When the destructive power of the great path laws came into contact with the chaotic power that erupted from Gu Fei's clone, all of it actually reversed and returned to the Lord of the Immortal Mansion. How? How is this possible? The Lord of the Immortal Mansion was dumbfounded. This was an attack that he had used the power of the myriad Tao, but his opponent had actually reversed his attack. Buzz! Although he was shocked, he did not panic. In the next moment, a ball of divine light surged out of his body and enveloped him, blocking the power of destruction that was coming back at him. Eat my fist! The figure of Gu Fei's clone instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, his fist smashed in front of the Lord of the Immortal Mansion. The moment Gu Fei's clone punched out, the void in front of his fist collapsed and was annihilated. Bam! The fist of Gu Fei's clone directly hit the protective divine light of the Lord of the Immortal Mansion. Even the power of the myriad Tao couldn't break through the protective divine light, but his fist actually pierced through it and landed on the body of the Lord of the Immortal Mansion. The Lord of the Immortal Mansion was directly blown away by the punch of Gu Fei's clone, and many of his bones were broken. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the demonic ape. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying his master was. Such a powerful existence was actually hit by a punch and was even blasted away. Half-step Eternal Realm is only SOO. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently as he withdrew his fist. You, the Lord of the Immortal Mansion, was shocked and angry. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and stared fiercely at Gu Fei's clone in front of him. What you? Obediently kneel down and submit to me, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei's clone said coldly. This guy used the life force of all living beings to cultivate, which was already against the harmony of the world. This was something he didn't want to see. Did I hear that right? You little guy actually want me to submit to you? The Lord of the Immortal Mansion flew into a rage when he heard this, and an extremely dangerous aura burst out from his body. Even Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be moved. Go to hell! The Lord of the Immortal Mansion roared angrily. A huge hand appeared in the void and directly grabbed at Gu Fei's clone. The huge hand covered a part of the world. Chapter 45:37. Although the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao were the ultimate secret techniques created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, and were the embodiment of the ultimate righteousness of the Immortal Tao, they had been perfected by Gu Fei with the great Tao laws of the Eternal Grade, and were much more powerful than the original 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Buzz! The void rumbled, and the whole world seemed to be turning upside down. The giant hand that the Lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion had sent to grab Gu Fei was instantly reversed and made a grab at him. How is this possible? The Lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was truly frightened. Could this guy's secret technique reverse all attacks? If that was the case, wouldn't he be in an invincible position? Preposterous! You're just a little Supreme Lord. I don't believe I can't kill you. The Lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was furious. The next moment the whole world shook. With a single thought, endless power of heaven and earth frantically converged on him. He was the master of this place and could mobilize the power of heaven and earth for his own use at will. It could be said that his power was almost limitless. Gu Fei's clone felt his body sink as endless pressure pressed down on him from all directions. If it had been an ordinary Supreme Lord, he would have been crushed to a pulp long ago. However, Gu Fei's Immortal Tao clone was extraordinary. He operated the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, and 9 kinds of secret power of the Immortal Tao emerged and intertwined on his body. As if splitting heaven and earth apart, a void was opened up around him. The powerful forces pressing down on him from all directions were directly blocked. Not only did Gu Fei's clone block the power of heaven and earth, but he also continuously refined the power of heaven and earth for his own use. His power also continued to condense and increase. Earth, water, wind, fire appear. The master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion immediately used the ultimate killing technique. In the next moment, the void around Gu Fei's doppelganger collapsed, for primordial forces emerged and engulfed Gu Fei's doppelganger. For a moment, the heavenly fire was vast and mighty, the water vapor filled the sky, and the earthen yellow earth chi enveloped the entire area. There was also the invisible astral wind, which caused cracks to appear in the nearby space. These four forces interweaved and collided with each other. The power that erupted from them was absolutely world-destroying. The void where Gu Fei's clone was located was simply as terrifying as the creation of a chaos world. Powerful energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Countless experts were shocked to the extreme. Master, the star beast Venerable, and the others were dumbfounded. The master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion was too ruthless. He didn't hesitate to use this kind of power. One must know that once this power went out of control, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion's expression turned extremely grave and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had no choice but to carefully control the four powers. This was the first time he had used this level of power after reaching the half-step eternal realm. Not to mention exalts. Even supreme existences who are half-step into the eternal realm would be severely injured or killed by this killer move of his. After all, the power of the four primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind was simply too shocking. Gu Fei is dead. Those from the human world and heaven world who had a grudge against Gu Fei were gloating at this time. They couldn't wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion. At this time, the experts from the four major worlds who had rushed into the Chaos Immortal Mansion world were frightened by this battle. Some of them directly withdrew from the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. What bad luck! An ancestor-level expert directly turned around and left. In a battle of this level, even primogenital-level existences wouldn't be enough to watch. Gu Fei is still as strong as ever. An ancestor from the human world exclaimed. The human world had the forces established by Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist, and the others were dealing with the various powerful clans in the Eastern Domain. After Gu Fei returned, the days of the Iron Blood Taoist and the others became a little better. However, the hatred between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had reached an irreconcilable point. The battle between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was inevitable. The primordial Zhao family was also like a tiger watching its prey. However, with Gu Fei around, these forces wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The most important thing to guard against was the enemies in the dark. Enemies like Yuan Gu and the descendants of the Sky Demon were the most difficult to guard against. Gu Fei had always been domineering and courageous all his life. Even a clone of his was the same. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei's doppelganger was about to be killed by the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, a voice suddenly rang out from the four primordial forces. "Is that all you've got?" Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice was incomparably calm. However, everyone who heard the voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely shocked, especially the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion. His eyes widened. "You, the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, couldn't believe it. This guy was simply unkillable." Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light directly split the layers of water, fire, and wind. It directly slashed toward the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion at an extremely fast speed. While the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion was shocked, he immediately used his mind to send out beams of divine light of the Great Path to meet the sword light. The sword light directly cut through countless beams of divine light of the Great Path and slashed less than a foot in front of the master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion before it was blocked by the divine light of the Great Path. Good heavens! The master of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion was both shocked and angry. The cold sword will emitted from the sword light made his heart palpitate. Countless divine light of the great path laws intertwined in front of the master of the primal chaos immortal mansion to form a large net. The sword light that Gu Fei's doppelganger slashed out was like a fish caught in a large net. In the end, the sword light dissipated in the large net formed by the divine light of the great path. At this moment, a figure directly walked out of the spherical energy storm formed by the four primal chaos immortal mansion. You're still not good enough. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the master of the primal chaos immortal mansion indifferently. This person was a half-step eternal realm expert, but he had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm. He had strength, but he didn't know how to use it. Although his own strength was not as good as this guy's, his understanding of the great path was far above this guy's. This was what Gu Fei's doppelganger relied on. His strength was not enough, but his understanding of the great path was unprecedented. This was the key to how to use his strength. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Black Wind Supremacy and Shooting Sun Supremacy, who were watching the battle near the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion, shouted excitedly, "Damn trash, go to hell!" At this time, the only survivor of the three death giants, the demonic ape, roared and attacked Black Wind Supremacy and Shooting Sun Supremacy. The devil chi that erupted from his body instantly enveloped the sky. Seeing this, the others hurriedly ran away. They didn't want to be involved in the battle and get caught up in it. Your opponent is me. Chapter 4538. One of the three leaders of death in the chaotic world. The demonic ape was extremely ferocious. He pounced towards the Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy. The demonic aura that erupted from his body instantly shrouded the entire sky. The demonic clouds billowed, and there seemed to be terrifying demonic figures faintly discernible within them. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Although the demonic ape wasn't a match for Gu Fei's clone, he was a true supremacy. Moreover, he was a peak supremacy. Ordinary supremacies were simply ants in front of him, and he could kill them easily. The Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy were only in the supremacy realm, so they naturally weren't a match for the demonic ape. They were extremely shocked when they saw the demonic ape pouncing towards them. Your opponent is me. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the demonic ape, blocking its path like a huge mountain. Go to hell! The demonic ape attacked without hesitation. Amidst the endless demonic light, a demonic figure pounced towards that person like a ghost. Humph! That person sneered and thrust the spear in his hand forward. Swoosh! The tip of the spear in the man's hand burst with dazzling divine light, directly nailing the demonic shadow in the void. Bam! That person's right hand that was holding the spear shook, and the demonic figure immediately exploded, turning into strands of demonic aura that dissipated in the void. Di Jiutian, the Black Wind Supremacy, and the Shooting Sun Supremacy were both surprised and delighted when they saw that person. Although Di Jiutian was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic, his battle intent was still strong. With the spear in his hand, he was simply invincible. The invincible aura that erupted from Di Jiutian shocked everyone. This guy is really in existence, born to fight. The Star Beast Supremacy side. Kill! Kill! Di Jiutian and the demonic ape roared at the same time and charged towards each other. This was a battle between supremacies. Violent energy fluctuations spread in all directions, and countless experts who were watching the battle nearby hurriedly retreated. After all, this was a battle between supremacies. It was no small matter. Once one was affected, it would definitely be devastating. Even an extreme supremacy would die. It would be too unjust to die like this. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei's clone and the master of the primal chaos immortal mansion had reached its final stage. Gu Fei's clone was truly enraged. Buzz! Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately displayed the improved version of the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights rushed out of his body and danced around him. The laws of the sword that were attached to each sword light were extremely terrifying. Wherever the sword light passed by, pitch-black spatial cracks would be left in the void. The master of the primal chaos immortal mansion was like the sovereign of all Daos. With a wave of his hand, all Daos resonated and an invisible destructive force swept towards Gu Fei's clone like a monstrous wave. 9 swords in one, punishing heaven and earth. Gu Fei's clone roared. He put his hands together, and the 9 swords that were circling around him immediately fused together in his hands. They turned into a shocking sword rainbow that soared into the sky and pierced a huge hole in the 9 heavens. The extremely violent sword chi wave filled every inch of the void. Kill! Gu Fei's clone did not hesitate. He directly slashed forward with his sword. The power of the 9 swords in one erupted in an instant and directly slashed the destructive storm that was sweeping towards him. The invincible sword intent could split the void and destroy the heaven and earth. This was an attack that could destroy the heaven and earth. If this part of the heaven and earth had not been refined by the Chaos Immortal Mansion Master to be extremely strong, Gu Fei's cloned sword would have destroyed the myriad Tao laws. This, the Chaos Immortal Mansion Master, directly left an afterimage where he stood. Wherever the heaven-punishing swords passed, the afterimage was directly destroyed. A strand of hair floated down from the sky. The Chaos Immortal Mansion Master's real body appeared thousands of feet away. He reached out and touched his forehead. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes as a thin line of blood seeped out from his forehead. I'm actually injured. The Chaos Immortal Mansion Master could not help but be shocked. He had not been injured for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten the feeling of pain. But today he felt it again. Although the pain was very slight, it was enough to set off a monstrous wave in his heart. "Little ant, how dare you? Go to hell!" The Chaos Immortal Mansion Master roared. The next moment, a terrifying power of destruction erupted from his body. Then the entire heaven and earth seemed to be ignited. The entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world was burning, and the myriad Tao laws were wailing. What is he doing? Is he going to destroy this heaven and earth? If we don't escape now, are we going to stay here and wait for death? Seeing this scene, countless experts panicked. Without warning, a flame rushed out from the side of an ancestor from the primordial realm. The ancestor was instantly enveloped by this divine flame. The ancestor from the primordial realm let out a blood-curdling scream. After a few screams, he was burned to ashes by the divine flame and directly dissipated into the void with a gust of wind. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. That was an ancestor. Any existence that could become an ancestor was an existence of the extreme path supreme level. In the primordial realm, being called an ancestor was a symbol of status. An ancestor was burned to death just like that. That was an ancestor, not a kitten or a puppy. He was an extreme path supreme, someone who looked down on the 9 heavens and looked down on the common people. The death of a supreme caused a terrifying phenomenon to occur in this part of the heaven and earth. The great Tao wailed, and dazzling lightning appeared in the sky, one after another. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. Run! Whether it was the heaven realm, the human realm, the primordial realm, or the ancestor realm, the experts of these 4 worlds were all running for their lives. Lunatic! The star beast Venerable stared at the figure in the 9 heavens, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Boss, let's retreat!" The Black Wind Supreme shouted. At this time, this part of the heaven and earth was really collapsing. The power of the earth, water, fire, and wind rushed out from the cracks in the void, destroying everything. "That's right, boss. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late." The Shooting Sun Supreme also said. He spoke very quickly, and he was a little nervous. This part of the heaven and earth was extremely stable. However, it was precisely because this part of the heaven and earth was extremely stable that once it collapsed and was destroyed, the power released would definitely be extremely terrifying. Even a supremacy would not be able to withstand it. But the star beast Venerable was a little hesitant. After all, it was a humiliation for him to escape at the last minute. Moreover, their master did not leave, but they fled first. They were abandoning their master to escape. "You guys go first." At this time, the voice of Gu Fei's clone rang in their hearts. "Yes, master." Chapter 4539. Within the world of the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, the master of the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion actually wanted to destroy the entire world of the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion and kill Gu Fei's clone. This was a world he had refined for countless years. The void of this world was extremely stable. It was even more stable than the Primal Beginning World, the Primal Beginning World, and the Primal Beginning World. Even supremacy-level existences would find it difficult to break through this world. However, at this moment, the Chaos Immortal Mansion world shook violently. The great Daos of the world wailed, and spatial cracks appeared one after another in the void. The four primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind rushed out of the spatial cracks, and the void crumbled wherever they passed. "You really are crazy." Gu Fei's clone looked calmly at the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. "Humph, as long as I can kill you, it's all worth it." The master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world sneered. "Is that so? Unfortunately, you can't kill me." The corner of Gu Fei's clone's mouth rose into a cold smile. "You!" The master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world's mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't say anything. Rumble, with the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world at the center. The entire world shook violently. The sky collapsed, the earth shattered, and one star after another fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. What was the end of the world? This was the end of the world. It was a miracle for any living being to survive the end of the world. Countless living beings in this part of the world immediately suffered. Many powerful figures rushed out of some places. However, those powerful creatures were directly annihilated by the four powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. No one could withstand this ultimate destructive power. At this time, countless experts rushed toward the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. "Get out of my way!" A stone man the size of a small mountain was running wildly. Wherever he went, many powerful creatures were sent flying. "You're the one who should get out." Suddenly, someone slapped the stone man from the side. Boom! The stone man, the size of a small mountain, was sent flying by this person. Then, before he could even scream, he collapsed in the void. "That's an ancestor of the Stone Clan," someone exclaimed. The Stone Race was a powerful race in the Primal Beginning Realm. They were all stone men, and this ancestor of the Stone Race was extremely strong. However, this ancestor of the Stone Clan was crushed by a single palm. Even his soul did not manage to escape. Those people were indescribably shocked and immediately distanced themselves from the person who attacked, not daring to get close. The person who attacked was a mysterious fellow who was completely covered in black clothes, revealing only a pair of eyes that were brighter than the stars in the sky. "High Lord, Great Sovereign, the powerful beings of the primogenitor realm, human realm, and heaven realm," exclaimed in shock. The powerful being who called this mysterious black-robed man an emperor came from the Primal Beginning Realm. At this moment, the mysterious man in black was also running madly. Creatures that blocked his way, be it humans or other creatures, were all killed by him as he rushed past. "You're courting death." Someone was displeased. A massive seal imbued with emperor-level power shot towards the mysterious black-robed man. The power of the ultimate emperor realm exploded outwards, causing the surrounding space to ripple visibly. The mysterious black-robed man's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Bam! He directly threw a punch at the big seal. With a muffled sound of impact, the big seal was blown away by the black-clothed man's fist. What? The person who attacked was a young man wearing a golden crown and a purple robe. At this moment, the young man's face was flushed red, and a stream of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Little fellow, you're the one who's courting death." The mysterious black-robed man sneered and directly pounced towards the purple-robed young man. His speed was extremely fast. Scram! At the moment when the young man in purple was about to be beheaded by the mysterious black-clothed man, a voice suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, the mysterious black-clothed man was directly blasted away, and blood sprinkled in the air. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." The purple-robed young man respectfully bowed to the person in the sky. "I and Jiang Renhuang are bosom buddies. You don't need to be so polite." The person in the sky said, "Yes, Senior." The purple-robed young man waved his right hand, and the seal that was blown away by the mysterious black-robed man directly flew back to his hand. "Junior, farewell." The purple-robed young man hurriedly bowed to the person in the sky, and then hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the Holy Mansion world. If he didn't leave now, he would have to stay here forever. The person who saved the purple-robed young man was Gu Fei's doppelganger. The purple-robed young man was an expert of the Jiang family in the human realm. When the Jiang family was in danger, how could Gu Fei's doppelganger not help? At this moment, this part of the world became even more unstable, as if it could collapse and be directly destroyed at any time. All the living creatures were extremely frightened. "I don't want to die." A supreme-level flood dragon rushed out of a bottomless abyss. As soon as this flood dragon emerged, a divine fire fell from the sky and directly blasted its body. In the next moment, the flood dragon's flesh and blood instantly vaporized, leaving only a skeleton, which was also burned to ashes in a few breaths' time. Such things were happening in various regions of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. Countless living beings were in despair. Only the experts who were close to the entrance of the Holy Mansion world had a chance to escape from here. The mysterious black-robed man who was blown away by Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced resentfully at Gu Fei's doppelganger in the sky, then rushed out and left this part of the world. "All right, you can go on your way." At this moment, the master of the Holy Mansion world roared. In the next moment, the endless power of destruction all rushed towards Gu Fei. This was the power of this world. The whole world was collapsing, and the power of destruction released was unprecedentedly powerful. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger had a very serious expression on his face. "You're really something." Gu Fei's doppelganger gave the master of the Holy Mansion world a thumbs up. Destroying a world that one had painstakingly refined for countless years wasn't something that just anyone could do. This was a method to kill 1,000 enemies, but also to injure 800 of oneself. Even if the master of the Holy Mansion world could really kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, he himself would probably be half crippled. However, the master of the Holy Mansion world couldn't care less. The void around Gu Fei's doppelganger was collapsing. The power released by this kind of destruction was too powerful. He didn't know if this kind of power could threaten him. Just as this part of the world was about to completely collapse, a huge cauldron directly smashed the gate of the Holy Mansion world and smashed into the master of the Holy Mansion world. Bam! Chapter 4540. An ancient cauldron smashed into the world of the Chaos Immortal Mansion from outside and sent the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion flying. Everyone was shocked. "Yes, my main body is here. I won't let you off." After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger transformed into a beam of divine light, instantly breaking through the void and charging towards the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion before disappearing into the void. What? The master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was shocked. He had just been hit by the ancient cauldron. The bones on the left side of his body had cracked and almost exploded. He stared at the ancient cauldron that had smashed him. It looked like an ordinary bronze cauldron. There were no powerful energy fluctuations coming from it. "How is this possible?" the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, was dumbfounded. If this ancient cauldron could hurt him, it was definitely not an ordinary object. It was at least a Tao artifact that surpassed the supremacy level. Nothing is impossible. At this moment, a voice rang out. A black-robed young man walked over from afar. Wherever he passed, no matter if it was earth, water, wind, fire, or other destructive forces, none of them could get close to him. This, the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion's pupils shrank when he saw this. This person could ignore the 4 primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. His cultivation was definitely much stronger than the doppelganger from before. Is this the power of the main body? Although the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was already a half step into the eternal realm, he still felt his heart palpitate when facing this black-robed young man. He was shocked to find that he could not see the specific cultivation level of this black-robed young man. Is he the legendary Eternal Realm? This thought suddenly popped into the Lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion's mind. The black-robed young man stretched out his right hand, and the ancient cauldron immediately flew back to him. It quickly shrank and fell into his palm. At this time, the entire world of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was collapsing. The master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was determined to kill this black-robed young man at all costs. The black-robed young man smiled. The next moment, the ancient cauldron in his hand suddenly erupted with an unimaginable power. The entire world seemed to be frozen in an instant. A cauldron suppresses the universe, someone exclaimed when he saw this scene from the outside through the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Abode. Did that person come? Someone exclaimed. If it wasn't that person, who else would dare to enter a world that is about to collapse at this time? Someone said. At that moment, Di Jiutian and the Devil Ape had already moved from within the Chaos Immortal Mansion to outside the Chaos Immortal Mansion. This was a battle between peak supremacies. Even though it was within the Chaos Zone, it still displayed shocking destructive power. The entire primal chaos region was in an uproar, causing the border between the 2 realms to become even more unstable. Is Gu Fei finally here? Within the world of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, within a mountain valley, a large seal floated high in the sky. Rays of divine light that resembled great dragons descended from the seal, enveloping 2 figures. Even though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, the void that was enveloped by the power of the seal was extremely stable. My little friend Gu Fei, you have some good tricks up your sleeve. An old man looked in the direction of Gu Fei with a profound look in his eyes. This guy is really patient. If he still doesn't come, we will be in deep trouble, a silver-haired young man said angrily. A silver-haired youth scolded. He was the old turtle, the current demon lord of the heaven realm and the human realm. The old tortoise had entered the world of the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion and obtained an incredible opportunity that allowed his demon body to become stronger and younger. However, his long hair had turned silver white. This was truly a youthful appearance and white hair. However, he was limited by his bloodline. Even if he obtained a great opportunity, it would be difficult for him to sever his bloodline and take the first step to the ultimate leap. This made the old tortoise extremely depressed. The bloodline that he inherited from his father, the Tai Huang bloodline, was too abnormal. How could it be that easy to sever such an extreme bloodline? What are you talking about? Uncle is here. I will guarantee your safety. The old man next to the old tortoise patted his shoulder and said, Uncle, there is no one else here. Stop pretending, the old tortoise said impatiently. His uncle was really a weirdo. He didn't know what kind of trash cultivation technique he cultivated, but his cultivation was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When his cultivation was strong, he would even dare to fight against a supremacy. However, when his cultivation was at a low point, even an ordinary sage could completely crush him. Moreover, his uncle even boasted in front of him that he cultivated the strongest cultivation technique since ancient times. The old tortoise only smiled after hearing his uncle's words. He did not take it to heart at all. Are you saying that I'm pretending? This demon ancestor was pissed off. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body with unparalleled godly prowess. The old tortoise was speechless. It seemed like his uncle's cultivation was currently at its strongest state. At this moment, his uncle actually dared to fight against a supremacy. You dare to look down on me? Be careful that I don't spank you. The ancient ancestor of the demon race roared at the old tortoise. I know. Who dares to look down on you? I'm about to be deafened by you, the old tortoise said hurriedly. In his heart, he directly gave his uncle the middle finger. At this moment, the power of the mountain and river cauldron erupted. The entire chaotic immortal mansion seemed to be sealed. The four primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire that rushed out of the void crack were also frozen. You want to stop me from destroying the world? What a joke! The lord of the chaotic immortal mansion sneered. In the next moment, an even more powerful destructive power immediately erupted from his body. The world that was frozen by the power of the mountain and river cauldron shook again. With the lord of the chaotic immortal mansion as the center, the void of the world collapsed and turned into chaos. Since you don't want this world anymore, I'll take it. As he spoke, Gu Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of eternal true blood onto the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. The blood quickly seeped into the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. The god inside the cauldron directly woke up from its deep slumber. A shocking aura suddenly surged out of the cauldron. This power was so powerful that even the lord of the chaotic immortal mansion was shocked. In the next moment, the lord of the chaotic immortal mansion sadly discovered that he had lost contact with the world that he had refined for countless years. How is this possible? The lord of the chaotic immortal mansion was extremely shocked. At this moment, because the mountain and river cauldron had absorbed Gu Fei's eternal true blood, it had actually undergone an unimaginable change. The primordial chaos chi and the eternal force had actually merged together. Chapter 45-41. The mountain and river cauldron itself was only an extreme Tao-level Tao artifact. It was impossible for it to suppress a world refined by a half-step eternal expert. However, with the mountain and river cauldron and Gu Fei's eternal real blood, things were different. After obtaining Gu Fei's eternal real blood, the mountain and river cauldron underwent an astonishing transformation. All the ancient Tao patterns on the cauldron emerged. An eternal aura seeped out from the cauldron. Although this aura was very weak, it terrified countless living beings to the extreme. At this time, the lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was not just shocked. This guy actually had the eternal real blood. This was a supreme blood that only a true eternal being could possess. Roar, 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 roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the mountain and river cauldron. The four ancient mythological beasts rushed out of the cauldron and circled around it. They were the divine souls of the four mythological beasts. Although they did not have flesh and blood, the divine will that erupted from them was extremely powerful. The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion looked at this scene in disbelief. This ancient cauldron was incredible. It had actually suppressed the divine souls of the four primordial gods. Moreover, it had not only suppressed them, but they had also become the mountain and river cauldron slaves. Rumble! The terrifying pressure that erupted from the four ancestral mythological beasts shook the whole world. The entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world had already escaped the control of the lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. You want to compete with me? The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion stared at Gu Fei, who was controlling the mountain and river cauldron, and then sat down cross-legged. A ball of divine light directly rushed out of the lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. It was a ball of light the size of a fist. Above the ball of light there were all kinds of things. The origin of heaven and earth is in his body. Gu Fei frowned. This guy had refined the origin of heaven and earth into his body. No wonder he was so confident. Even if this world was destroyed, as long as the origin of heaven and earth existed, he could create a perfect world again. It would save him a lot of trouble. Boom! The origin of heaven and earth erupted with a powerful light that shone for all eternity. The grand Tao of heaven and earth immediately resonated with the ball of light. The Lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion was using the origin of heaven and earth to compete with Gu Fei for the right to control this world. Whoever won would naturally obtain this large world, and whoever lost would suffer severe consequences. Perhaps their body and soul would be completely destroyed, and they would die and their Tao would vanish. Very good. That's the way. If we won so easily, it would be meaningless. Gu Fei also sat down cross-legged. The next moment, the eternal true bone in his chest began to emit a divine glow. At the start, it was only a blur, but it grew brighter and stronger. Sect on, and sect. As the eternal power contained within Gu Fei's eternal true bone erupted, the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion's half-step eternal power was completely suppressed. In front of Gu Fei's true eternal power, the primal chaos Immortal Mansion master's half-step eternal power was as weak as an ant. This was an absolute suppression in terms of cultivation base. In front of Gu Fei, the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion sadly discovered that he had no way of fighting back. In fact, Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to recover to the eternal realm. However, he possessed the eternal true bone. This eternal true bone allowed him to erupt with eternal power. Of course, there was a limit to this. He couldn't maintain this state forever. However, it was more than enough to defeat the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Buzz! The void rumbled as an unimaginably gigantic figure emerged from Gu Fei's body. This figure seemed to be able to prop up the entire world. In front of this figure, even the huge stars were as small as dust particles. Right now, Gu Fei's eternal Tao body was nothing more than a wisp of his eternal energy. However, to other living beings, it was the same as the legendary Eternal One descending. Do you surrender or not? Gu Fei's eternal Tao body said. His voice was many times louder than a clap of thunder. The entire world of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion shook under his voice. No, surrender! The master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion gritted his teeth and spat out these two words with great difficulty. Humph, then you can go to hell. As Gu Fei's eternal Tao body spoke, his right hand slammed down on the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion, who was as small as a speck of dust. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Even the thousands of great Taos seemed to be non-existent in front of this giant hand. They were directly destroyed. Nothing could stop this giant hand. Roar! The moment the giant hand of Gu Fei's eternal Tao body fell, the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion was pressed to the ground by the mighty force that descended from the sky. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. The master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion desperately activated the power in his body. He even wanted to use the power of the origin of heaven and earth. However, the origin of heaven and earth was forcibly pushed back into his body by the force that descended from the sky. As the giant hand of Gu Fei's eternal Tao body continued to press down, the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion found it extremely difficult to even move a finger. His entire body was imprisoned. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. I'll ask you one last time. Do you surrender or not? Gu Fei's eternal Tao body spoke again. The entire world shook at the same time. The eternal pressure spread out from the world of the Immortal Mansion. Countless experts who had fled outside were extremely frightened. This guy, in a valley in the world of the Immortal Mansion, the old tortoise and his uncle were also quite frightened by Gu Fei's power. He actually stepped into that realm before. The old tortoise's uncle was indescribably shocked. To him, His life's pursuit was nothing more than to enter that realm. However, up until now, he hadn't even touched the edge of that realm. The ancient ancestor of the demon clan was full of envy and hatred for Gu Fei. At this moment, even the grand sovereign seal above their heads began to vibrate, as if it could be sent flying by the mighty waves of the eternal power at any time. "I say, brother, what are you doing? Are you going to suppress me as well?" The old tortoise shouted at the top of his lungs in the direction of Gu Fei. He didn't care if Gu Fei could hear him or not. "TSK, how did you become so young? And you even have silver hair. How cool!" A voice came from the horizon. In the next moment, a giant hand directly reached out from the distance and grabbed the old tortoise, his uncle, and the grand sovereign seal. The old tortoise was so frightened that he cried out. In just an instant, they appeared near Gu Fei's eternal Tao body. Chapter 45-42. This is Old Tortoise and his uncle were dumbfounded. The Tao body in front of them stretched as far as the eye could see, and the great path principle it emitted was enough to crush the void. It was a great path principle that they had never seen before. It was supreme, as if a wisp of it could shatter the void and destroy the universe. This is the legendary realm. At this time his uncle was not simply envious. However, what made his uncle so depressed was that although he had seen Gu Fei's eternal Taoism body and sensed the supreme aura, he could not obtain anything from it. He could not comprehend anything, which was really driving him crazy. At this time, Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to stabilize the entire world of the immortal mansion. At the same time, his eternal Tao body's hand pressed down on the lord of the immortal mansion. Roar! The lord of the immortal mansion roared. He could not accept this. He had been in closed-door cultivation for countless years, and his cultivation had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm. But as soon as he came out, he was killed. Crack! As the hand of Gu Fei's eternal Tao body continued to press down, the sound of bones breaking came from the lord of the immortal mansion's body. His whole body was almost crushed into a piece of paper by the eternal power that came down from the sky. Even his primordial spirit was deformed. "I surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" The lord of the primal chaos immortal mansion felt his soul tremble. If he didn't surrender, the other party would definitely kill him with a single palm strike. It was not worth it to die like this. Surrender! The voice of Gu Fei's eternal Tao body was extremely majestic. The hand that was pressing down on the lord of the immortal mansion stopped. "I surrender! I surrender! If I don't surrender, I'm going to die. I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die." The lord of the immortal mansion had already cursed all 18 generations of Gu Fei's ancestors in his heart. But he had to surrender. After all, this guy's fists were hard. Humph! Gu Fei's eternal Tao body pointed out a finger, and a divine pattern of the great path immediately entered the lord of the immortal mansion's body and then branded into his spirit. This is... Although the master of the chaos immortal mansion was shocked and angry, he did not dare to complain. After all, it was only natural that the other party would place a restriction on him. Since he was defeated, he could only bow his head and acknowledge allegiance. It was better than being killed and dying. To be able to cultivate the primal chaos immortal mansion technique to its current level, he had lived for countless years. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. "Master, please retract your powers," the master of the primal chaos immortal mansion said hurriedly. At that moment, Gu Fei's true body suddenly trembled, and the eternal godlight emitted from the eternal true bone on his chest suddenly weakened. The supreme aura that looked down on the world immediately disappeared from this world, and so did Gu Fei's eternal Taoism body. The lord of the chaos immortal mansion immediately felt his body lighten, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. However, when he thought about how he would become Gu Fei's slave from now on, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He was a dignified realm lord, and his cultivation base had broken through to the half-step eternal realm. He had originally thought that he would be invincible in this world. But who would have thought that Gu Fei would jump out at him? The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion had never thought that he would be so unlucky. Tong Yu greets Master. The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Hand over the origin of the world. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void and said indifferently. He was very weak at this moment. Using the eternal power once had almost cost him his vitality. However, he couldn't show any signs of weakness at this time. The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, hesitated. After all, handing over the origin of the world meant that this world would never belong to him again. This was the world that he had refined for countless years, and it wasn't much different from an ordinary, perfect world. If he lost this world, his battle strength would be greatly reduced, and if his master wanted him to hand over the origin of the world, he had no choice but to do so. Gu Fei was a little unhappy. The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion gritted his teeth, took out the origin of the world, and respectfully handed it over to Gu Fei. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the ball of world essence in Tong Yu's hand immediately flew up from Tong Yu's hand and landed in his hand. The so-called origin of the world was a miniature version of the world. Gu Fei looked at the origin of the world in his hand and saw mountains, seas, and lakes on it. The sun, the moon, and the stars illuminated the starry sky. Sometimes the stars shone in the sky, and sometimes the sun hung high in the sky. Day and night alternated, and the 4 seasons rotated. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded. From the origin of the world, he could see that this world had already metamorphosed to the extreme, and that an extreme supremacy could be born here. This was a perfect world. The master of the primal chaos immortal palace, Tong Yu, had actually wanted to self-destruct such a great world just now. This fellow was indeed a vicious and merciless fellow. How could an existence that had lived for countless years and reached the half-step eternal realm be an ordinary person? He naturally had his own strengths. Not bad. The lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Gu Fei's words. This was a world that he had refined for countless years, and in the eyes of this cheap master it was only not bad. Tong Yu's heart bled as he handed over the origin of the world. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly used the eternal true bone in his chest to erase the origin of the world that belonged to the lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Wah! The moment the origin of the world was erased, Tong Yu's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tong Yu was both shocked and angry. He never imagined that this cheap master of his could easily erase the origin of the world that he had left behind. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. After erasing Tong Yu's origin of the world, he directly placed his own origin of the world. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt as if he had become one with the world. With just a thought, all the secret techniques of the world appeared in his mind. Danger zones, peerless divine medicines, peerless divine treasures, all of them appeared in his mind. With just a thought, he knew everything. Undying peach tree? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He never imagined that there would be an undying peach tree in this world. That was an undying divine medicine. He had to admit that the lord of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Tong Yu, was really lucky. This was a true great fortune. Hand it over. Chapter 45-43. Gu Fei had subdued the master of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Tong Yu, and obtained the source energy of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. In that instant, Gu Fei learned everything about the Immortal Mansion, including the undying peach tree that Tong Yu, the master of the Immortal Mansion, had hidden within this world. The undying peach tree was rooted in the core region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, and was separated by layers of arrays and the void. If Gu Fei hadn't refined the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, he wouldn't have been able to sense the undying peach tree, even with his cultivation. The Chaos Immortal Mansion world was full of fortunes. Since ancient times, countless experts had rushed here in order to fight for the fortunes within the Immortal Mansion world. Once most people entered the Immortal Mansion world, they would never be able to leave. Even some supreme-level existences had fallen in this world, leaving behind many ultimate treasures and even the legacies of those ultimate, supreme-level existences. The methods of an ultimate, supreme-level existence were incomprehensible to outsiders. Gu Fei had taken over the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Naturally, he had also taken over everything within it. Countless fortunes, countless cultivation resources, all of them now belonged to him. However, at that moment, someone jumped out to fight with him for the countless fortunes and cultivation resources he'd just obtained, including the undying peach tree. Leave behind the source energy of the universe, then scram! The newcomer walked through the void step by step. The entire world trembled under his footsteps, as if he could destroy the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world with a single stomp if he wanted to. TCH. Gu Fei flashed his middle finger at the man who had just arrived. This fellow had the appearance of a young man, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He was tall and slender, and his skin was like peerless divine jade. His entire body emitted a hazy glow. When Tong Yu saw that young man, his pupils involuntarily shrank. That fellow actually also had an eternal aura emanating from him. The legendary eternal being? Tong Yu exclaimed. He'd been in seclusion for countless years, and had used unparalleled methods to collect life essence to cultivate a half-step eternal body. He'd thought that he was invincible enough to look down on all the realms. However, reality was cruel. Brat, you're courting death. The white-clothed young man raised his eyebrows and said coldly. A chilling killing intent immediately erupted from his body. Yet another dabbler who dares to act so impudently in front of me. What a joke. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What did you say? The white-robed youth grew even more furious. You really don't know what I said? The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The white-robed youth was enraged, and the temperature of the entire world plummeted under the impact of his killing intent. It was as if the entire Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world were about to be sealed in ice. All right, Tong Yu, you go and play with this fellow. Gu Fei didn't seem to have any interest in this white-robed young man and directly retreated to the side. What? Tong Yu was a little dumbfounded. He was just preparing to watch the show, but who would have thought that this cheap master of his actually wanted him to go up? This guy was clearly much stronger than him. However, he had no choice but to obey Gu Fei's order. He could only brace himself and step forward. You actually dare to look down on me? The white-robed youth flew into a rage. He directly punched at Tong Yu, and a powerful wave of eternal force immediately erupted from his fist. Wherever this eternal fist force passed through, everything was crushed. Heaven and earth reversal. Tong Yu roared and directly displayed his killer move. In the next moment, Yin and Yang Qi emerged from his body, instantly forming a yin-yang diagram. The eternal force directly slammed into the yin-yang diagram. In the next moment, the eternal force that had slammed into the yin-yang diagram actually reversed and returned to the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth was stunned. He never thought that his opponent could actually reverse his attack. This kind of method was not ordinary. The white-robed youth casually waved his right hand, and the powerful eternal force that was reversing back to him dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Clang! Tong Yu grabbed at the void with both hands. Yin and Yang Qi vast and mighty, one yin and one yang. Two divine swords appeared in his hands. Without any hesitation, Tong Yu directly attacked the white-robed youth. Yin and Yang sword Qi crisscrossed the heavens and earth, and wherever it passed, it would cut through everything. Tong Yu cultivated the myriad Tao's laws. The moment this yin-yang killing move appeared, it immediately suppressed the experts who were watching the battle from afar. Humph! It's just a small trick. The white-robed youth's body shook, and a wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. All the yin and yang sword lights that were slashing towards him directly shattered in the void. The white-robed youth took a step forward and directly collided with Tong Yu. Myriad Tao returned to the origin. Tong Yu was shocked. In the next moment, countless great Tao laws interweaved in front of him, forming a divine shield. Boom! The white-robed youth's collision directly collided with the myriad Tao divine shield in front of Tong Yu, and actually sent Tong Yu flying along with the divine shield. Tong Yu was incomparably shocked. The power of the opponent's collision was simply extraordinary. Even through the divine shield formed from the power of the myriad Tao, it still caused his blood and qi to churn. A little interesting. When Gu Fei saw this scene from the side, he couldn't help but be moved. This fellow's brute force was very strong. However, at this moment, a wisp of Gu Fei's spiritual sense had already arrived at the place where the immortal peach tree had taken root. An unimaginably powerful life aura surged towards him. The undying immortality peach tree that was rooted in the mystic realm actually bore 9 undying immortality peach fruits. Each undying immortality peach fruit exuded an unimaginable life force. When Gu Fei's spiritual sense incarnation saw this scene, he couldn't help but salivate. This kind of immortal divine fruit was enough to recover the huge amount of yuan qi that he had used to unleash the eternal Tao body. Whoosh! With a thought, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void in the next moment. Then he appeared in the secret realm where the immortal peach tree was. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately plucked an immortal peach fruit and took a bite. The fruit turned into a juice that flowed into his body as soon as it entered his mouth. In the next moment, the juice turned into endless life energy that fused into every part of his body. Boom! The eternal real bone on Gu Fei's chest immediately exploded with dazzling eternal light. That eternal aura directly spread out from the secret realm. When he sensed the eternal aura from the secret realm, the white-robed youth couldn't help but be stunned. Distracted, he was almost cut into 2 by Tong Yu's sword. Chapter 45-44. You ants! How dare you hurt my Tao body? Damn you! The white-robed young man roared madly and desperately operated the half-step eternal force in his body. The deep sword wound left by Tong Yu was rapidly healing. At the same time, purplish-blue scales appeared on the white-robed young man's body. Countless Tao patterns were intertwined on each scale. Go to hell! The white-robed young man's body shook. The next moment, clanging sounds could be heard. The purplish-blue scales on his body emitted one terrifying eternal divine light after another. This wasn't Tong Yu's half-baked eternal power. This was the true and incomparably pure eternal power. Countless eternal divine lights blotted out the sky and pierced towards Tong Yu. They were extremely fast, and there was no way to avoid them. Every inch of the void was covered by the eternal divine light. All Taos returned to origin. Tong Yu could only defend with all his strength. Endless great Tao laws intertwined around him and formed a domain. He seemed to have turned into an egg of light. Endless great Tao patterns could be seen on the light shield. Boom! Countless rays of eternal divine light instantly collided with Tong Yu's protective light shield. In the next moment, Tong Yu's protective light shield, which was formed from the power of the 10,000 laws, shook violently. More than a dozen especially powerful beams of eternal divine light broke through Tong Yu's protective barrier and instantly pierced through his Tao body. Damn it! Tong Yu madly operated the myriad Tao power and forced out the foreign power in his body. At the same time, he desperately attacked, directly tearing the void. Then he took a step forward and instantly rushed out of the white-robed young man's eternal divine light. The next moment, more than a dozen clouds of blood mist-bloomed from Tong Yu's body. His Tao body was blown into a bloody mess. This guy! Tong Yu was shocked and angry. The opponent's power was extremely overbearing. Even if he forced the foreign power out of his body, he still suffered serious injuries. Tong Yu felt that even his divine soul had suffered an impact. Obviously, The white-robed young man's cultivation had stepped into the half-step eternal realm for many years. Compared to a rookie like Tong Yu, he was naturally much stronger. Want to escape? The white-robed young man's voice was extremely cold. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above Tong Yu's head. Destroy! The white-robed youth formed an eternal Tao seal and slammed it down towards Tong Yu. A powerful eternal force instantly enveloped the entire area, locking up the entire space in the area. Tong Yu felt his body sink. It was as if an eternal sacred mountain had suddenly pressed down on him. He couldn't move at all, not even a finger. What? Tong Yu was extremely shocked. He had only felt this kind of supreme killing power when he was fighting with Gu Fei and facing Gu Fei's eternal Taoism body. Could it be that this fellow was actually in existence on the same level as his cheat master? Tong Yu handed over to Gu Fei the essence of this primal chaos immortal mansion world. Losing control of this world and being unable to use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. This directly affected his combat capability. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly and so miserably. His Taoist body was almost destroyed by his opponent. Master, save me! Tong Yu couldn't care less at this time. A powerful divine sense immediately erupted from his body and instantly spread throughout the primal chaos immortal mansion world. No matter where Gu Fei was, as long as he was still in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, he would be able to sense Tong Yu's divine sense. Haha, let's see who can save you at this time. The white-robed young man was really angry. He didn't hesitate to use the real eternal divine ability. The eternal divine ability was created by an eternal expert. This kind of divine ability could only be displayed in the hands of a true eternal being. With the cultivation of the white-robed young man, he was only at the half-step eternal realm. He could barely display the divine ability created by an eternal expert, but the power was not the same as before. Even so, the white-robed young man could easily kill Tong Yu. Master, save me! Seeing the white-robed young man's hand seal coming directly towards him, Tong Yu felt that death was rapidly approaching him. Once he was hit by this Tao seal, even if he was at the half-step eternal realm, he would still die. Shout, shout, ah! The white-robed young man grinned. It was extremely strenuous for him to display this divine ability. The eternal force in his body was vast and mighty, and a layer of sweat oozed from his forehead. Want to kill my people? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the white-robed young man. What? The white-robed young man was suddenly shocked. The other party had actually come behind him, and he hadn't noticed it. Could it be that the other party's cultivation was far above his? At this time, the white-robed young man's hair stood on end, and his whole body was tense. He didn't dare to turn around, because the other party was too close to him, so close that it seemed like he was talking in his ear. The white-robed young man's hand, seal, stopped in the air. Although this guy is useless, he is still my Gu Fei's subordinate. If you want to kill my subordinate, you are declaring war on me. Gu Fei's voice continued. Kill! In response to Gu Fei, the white-robed young man turned around and attacked fiercely. The eternal true seal that he had formed with his hands blasted at Gu Fei. However, the moment he unleashed this attack, he realized that there was no one behind him at all. *T. The white-clothed young man's shock was no small matter. Before he could react, a fist had already fiercely smashed into the bridge of his nose. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Gu Fei's punch had directly smashed the white-robed young man's nose, and a few of his teeth flew out. The white-robed young man felt stars dancing before his eyes, and he almost fainted. Does this feel good? Gu Fei's voice was heard. Roar! The white-robed young man was furious. As he waved his hands, dazzling rays of eternal God light pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled, then opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless rays of eternal God light piercing towards him were all swallowed into his body, and then directly refined. The white-robed young man saw this scene and was directly dumbfounded. Who the hell was this guy? He actually dared to directly swallow the eternal godlight he had shot out. Even in the world where he came from, a half-step eternal expert who was far stronger than him would not dare to do this. The white-robed young man had a great background, and he came from a world that was hard to imagine. The reason why he dared to attack Gu Fei was that he was not afraid of Gu Fei. Chapter 45:45. What pure eternal power! Gu Fei opened his mouth and swallowed up the countless beams of eternal godlight that the white-robed youth shot at him. He felt his whole body brimming with power. The eternal god light melted inside his body, and the eternal power instantly spread throughout his body. Every pore on his body was swallowing the eternal light. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Such pure eternal power wasn't something a half-baked, half-step eternal realm cultivator like Tong Yu could compare to. This guy had mastered a true eternal realm cultivation method. Only by cultivating a true eternal realm cultivation method could one cultivate pure eternal power. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that this guy had a true eternal being behind him. Messing with a true eternal being was no trivial matter for any living creature. For the current Gu Fei, it was a bit troublesome. But so what? It wasn't like he hadn't killed a true eternal before. In the past, his battle with the primogenitor's first demon was earth-shattering. In the end, he forced the primogenitor's first demon to sacrifice his own life to open the cycle of reincarnation and force Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation. Even though he knew that this white-robed youth had an eternal being behind him, Gu Fei still didn't fear him. Who the hell are you? You're definitely not from our world. The white-robed youth stared at Gu Fei fiercely, blood flowing from his nose. Gu Fei's punch contained the eternal Tao law. The white-robed youth was surprised to find that he couldn't heal his wound. Blood kept oozing out and dripping down. The area below him had turned into a sea of blood. Blood chi soared into the sky and dyed the entire world the color of blood. This was the blood of a half-step eternal being. A single drop was enough to turn a sea of blood. Your world. Gu Fei frowned when he heard this. Was the world the white-robed youth mentioned a level higher than the primordial world and primogenital world? There was actually an eternal being there. One must know that not every world could give birth to an eternal being. Obediently hand over the source energy of heaven and earth and scram. Otherwise, once my master arrives, all of you will die without a burial place. The white-clothed youth sneered at Gu Fei and said through gritted teeth, "Tisk." Gu Fei did not take the white-robed youth's words to heart. You dare to look down on an eternal? The white-clothed youth was both shocked and furious. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this fellow. All right, hand over all your cultivation resources and scram. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Gu Fei said impatiently. What? The white-robed youth was shocked to the extreme. This guy actually wanted to rob him? Hurry up and hand it over. What are you waiting for? At this time, Tong Yu stood beside Gu Fei, looking coldly at the white-clothed young man. Defeated opponent! The white-clothed youth glared fiercely at Tong Yu. You're wrong. The loser is you. Tong Yu sneered. Damn it. The white-clothed youth was both shocked and furious. Hurry up and hand over your cultivation resources. Don't tell me you want me to take action. Gu Fei was a little unhappy. This guy was too self-righteous. He even wanted to rob him of his cultivation resources. Now he just wanted to return everything to the white-clothed youth. All of you can go to hell. The white-clothed youth gritted his teeth, and a scroll rushed out from his body. He directly unfurled it, and a terrifying eternal power immediately erupted from the scroll. The entire world seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. On the scroll, there was only one word, kill. This was the word kill, written by a true eternal. The power that erupted from that kill word was enough to kill any half-step eternal existence. This Gu Fei and Tong Yu were both imprisoned by the power of the kill word on the scroll. Especially Tong Yu, a crack appeared between his eyebrows. Tong Yu only felt that his essence spirit was about to collapse. Only Gu Fei still looked indifferent, as if the eternal power that erupted from the kill word scroll had no effect on him at all. Master! Tong Yu sent out a wave of divine sense with difficulty. He never thought that this white-clothed youth would have such a trump card. This scroll was definitely his trump card. Die! All of you can die for me. The white-robed young man laughed like a madman. This was a decree given to him by his own master, a true eternal being's decree. This decree only had one word, and that was kill. Moreover, this decree was a one-time use item that could only be used once. The white-clothed youth never thought that he would have to use his trump card so soon after coming to this world. This made him extremely unhappy. The Eternal's decree descended on Gu Fei and Tong Yu. Tong Yu was about to run out of luck. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly revealed a slight smile. In the next moment, a ray of sword light immediately shot out from his body with a single thought. What? The white-clothed youth was taken aback. What kind of sword was this? It could actually break through the killing power of his master's decree. This was simply unbelievable. He only saw the sword light flash, and then the white-clothed youth was directly stunned. The decree given to him by his master was actually cut in half by that sword light. It floated down from the sky, and even the kill word on the scroll was cut in half. This Eternal's decree was completely destroyed, which left the white-clothed youth completely dumbfounded. His master was a near-invincible existence. Even in the world he came from, he was an existence whose name would shake the world for thousands of years. His master's decree could definitely kill any half-step eternal cultivator. However, his master's decree was actually destroyed by the sword that rushed out from this person's body. Could that sword be an eternal Tao, sword refined by an eternal? Although the white-clothed youth's decree was an eternal's decree and was extremely powerful, an eternal Tao weapon was a killing weapon that an eternal had spent a great deal of effort to refine. The power of an eternal Tao weapon was naturally much stronger than an eternal's decree. This was an indisputable fact. At this time, the white-clothed youth hadn't recovered from his shock when a long sword was already pressed against his neck. You! The white-clothed youth, Yin Tianyu, was inexplicably shocked. He was a genius of the Yin clan, the number one person among the younger generation, but he was actually defeated by an ant from the lower realm. This was something he couldn't accept. Bam! What responded to him was a fist. Don't hit my face, okay? Yin Tianyu was almost going crazy. His left eye was punched by this guy, and it immediately turned into a panda eye. Bam! Yin Tianyu had just finished speaking when he was punched in the face again. This time it was his right eye. Good things come in pairs. Gu Fei was overjoyed to see the guy with panda eyes after he beat him up. Chapter 45-46. Gu Fei used to be in the Eternal Realm, so he naturally knew how powerful and terrifying existences of this level were. If he were to face an eternal expert now, he would definitely be no match for them. However, he was not afraid. After all, he used to be an expert of that level and had 2 eternal Tao weapons. Even if he was no match for them, he could easily retreat. Now, what he needed to do was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible and return to his previous peak. Who the hell are you? At this time, Yin Tianyu, who had been completely subdued by Gu Fei, stared fiercely at Gu Fei with a pair of panda eyes. A defeated opponent, yet you are still so arrogant? You have to learn how to be a slave. Gu Fei smiled and said such words. What? Yin Tianyu was shocked and angry. In the Yin clan, he was a high and mighty existence. Usually, others would tremble in front of him. But now, this guy actually wanted him to be his slave? How could he, who was high and mighty and had the halo of a genius, accept this? This was simply the greatest humiliation for him. I just want to be your follower, not your slave. Yin Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, Tong Yu, teach him how to be a slave. Gu Fei ignored Yin Tianyu and turned to Tong Yu. Yes, master. Tong Yu grinned and walked towards Yin Tianyu. What do you want to do? Yin Tianyu panicked. Hee, what do you think I want to do? Tong Yu had been bullied by this guy. If it were not for his master, he would have been killed by this guy. Now that there was a chance for revenge, how could he let it go? Don't mess around. Yin Tianyu took a step back in panic. Now his cultivation was completely imprisoned by Gu Fei. Now, even a sage could beat him. Of course, this guy had a half-step eternal realm Dao body. Except for existences at the same level, no one could really hurt him. However, although sage-level existences could not hurt Yin Tianyu, they could use sage-level divine abilities and nomological laws to suppress him. Hee, I will take good care of you. Tong Yu directly came in front of Yin Tianyu. In the next moment, Yin Tianyu's miserable screams spread throughout the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, Gu Fei was deep in thought. This immortal estate world was different from ordinary major worlds. There were traps everywhere and great fortune everywhere. The original master of the primal chaos immortal estate, Tong Yu, had transformed the entire primal chaos immortal estate into a training ground. This was a grand technique that used the world as a chessboard. He was the chess player of this world, and all living beings that entered the primal chaos immortal mansion world were chess pieces. Thus, this so-called trial by fire was very dangerous, and it was possible to reap the lives of various living beings at any time. Because Tong Yu had used this method to attract countless experts into the mortal mansion world, his ultimate goal was to obtain the life essence of these living beings. Yes, this is an excellent heaven and earth training ground. I can train my cultivation here. An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. Why don't I do this and earn some extra money? Everyone wanted a large amount of cultivation resources, and Gu Fei was no exception. Even though he already had a lot of cultivation resources, it was still not enough to restore his cultivation to the eternal realm. Let's do it this way. Gu Fei was very happy. He wanted to be the chess player of this chessboard of heaven and earth. He wanted to see countless experts fight for fortune here, fight to the death and break through. All right, don't kill him. At this time, Yin Tianyu's screams had already gradually weakened. When Gu Fei saw Yin Tianyu's appearance, even he was shocked. How ruthless! Yin Tianyu had already been beaten up by Tong Yu to the point where he didn't even look human anymore. Yes, master. Tong Yu even kicked Yin Tianyu fiercely twice before stopping. Hey, a servant should have the awareness of a servant. In the future, you should be obedient and be master's servant, understand? Tong Yu looked at Yin Tianyu, who had been beaten up miserably, and sneered. When had Yin Tianyu ever suffered such anger? His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Spread the news that this world is open to everyone from the outside world. Within 10 days, as long as they hand over a certain amount of spiritual objects, they can enter here to try their luck, obtain opportunities, and obtain fortune. Gu Fei thought for a moment, and then said to Tong Yu, What? Tong Yu couldn't help but be puzzled when he heard this. What was his master trying to do? Aren't there all kinds of fortunes here that you deliberately left behind? In that case, let's give those people outside a chance to obtain good fortune, Gu Fei said indifferently. But, master, what do you mean by this? All the fortunes here belong to you. Tong Yu didn't understand. Humph. It won't be easy for those people outside to obtain the fortune here. Gu Fei looked at Tong Yu and said meaningfully, Humph. This. Tong Yu was startled when he heard this. For a moment he couldn't say anything. That's how it is. Create a greater teleportation Dao tablet for those people to use to save their lives. Of course, you can't give it away for free, Gu Fei said solemnly. Yes, master. Tong Yu hurriedly replied. Just as Gu Fei and Tong Yu were discussing the details of this grand trial, outside the immortal mansion, the battle between Di Jiutian and the demonic ape had reached its final stage. The spear in Di Jyotian's hand pierced straight through the demonic ape's head. Then, the right hand holding the spear trembled, and the demonic ape's head immediately exploded. Next, it was the demonic ape's Tao body and 4 limbs. 9 streaks of supreme power exploded inside the demonic ape's body, turning it into a bloody mist. However, powerful beings that had reached the level of a supremacy wouldn't die so easily. A beam of deathly demonic light wrapped around a tiny demonic figure as it rushed out of the bloody mist and towards the entrance of the immortal mansion. Still trying to escape? Di Jyotian's fighting spirit shook the heavens. He charged forward, and the spear in his hand instantly nailed the demonic figure wrapped in demonic light into the void. Bam! The demonic figure that Di Jyotian had nailed into the void with his spear exploded, turning into countless specks of demonic light that shot out in all directions. These specks of demonic light didn't dissipate into the void. What? It didn't die even after that. Di Jyotian was extremely shocked. This demonic ape's life-saving techniques were too powerful. Even its primordial spirit had been shattered by him, but it still hadn't been destroyed. Was it trying to defy the heavens and be reborn? He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately destroyed the majority of the demonic ape's primordial spirit, but a small portion still managed to escape into the immortal mansion. Whoosh! Di Jyotian stepped on a golden path and chased into the immortal mansion. Chapter 45-47. Soon, a piece of incomparably shocking news spread out from the immortal mansion world. The master of Immortal Mansion actually wanted to open the Immortal Mansion world for 10 days. During these 10 days, the Immortal Mansion world would be open to everyone, and everyone could enter to compete for the fortunes within. The master of Immortal Mansion even announced that there was an immortal peach tree in the depths of his world, which was the greatest fortune in the Immortal Mansion world. Whoever was lucky enough to obtain the immortal peach tree would be the owner of the tree. The master of Immortal Mansion would not ask the owner of the tree to take it back. What? There was an immortal peach tree in the depths of the Immortal Mansion world. Such an explosive news quickly spread among the experts from all sides. This was the legendary immortal peach tree, an immortal divine herb. It was not a demigod immortal peach tree, but the true ancestor peach tree of immortality. The ancestor peach tree of immortality produced immortal peaches that bloomed every 30,000 years, bore fruit every 30,000 years, and ripened every 30,000 years. If one wanted to eat the immortal peach tree, they would have to wait almost 100,000 years. That was 100,000 years. Of course, for extreme grade supremes, 100,000 years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers, because they had an almost endless lifespan. For extreme grade supremes, time was the least valuable thing. In an instant, experts gathered outside the primal chaos Immortal Mansion world. Everyone was watching. The primal chaos Immortal Mansion world was not a good place, and something terrifying had just happened. No one would enter the Immortal Mansion at this time. Even supremacies had been forced to retreat, and some people said that a great battle between half-step Eternal Realm experts had taken place inside. That was a supreme existence that surpassed the extreme grade realm. This kind of existence wanted to killing extreme grade supremes was absolutely as easy as turning one's hand. However, it didn't take long for news to spread that the master of the primal chaos Immortal Mansion had been subdued by Gu Fei and had become his servant. It was actually Gu Fei's intention to open the primal chaos Immortal Mansion world to the public. Brother Jiang, your Jiang clan has a good relationship with Senior Gu. Do you have any inside information? A patriarch from the human realm who was on good terms with a Jiang clan expert asked another Jiang clan patriarch next to him. This, the ancestor of the Jiang clan, didn't say anything. Gu Fei was a good friend of their ancestor, but Gu Fei wasn't that familiar with him. They had only met a few times and hadn't spoken much. Hey, isn't that Brother Iron Blood? Why don't you go ask Brother Iron Blood? At this moment, a black-robed, middle-aged man walked over from afar. There was actually a faint image of a golden phoenix on his body. Its powerful aura dispersed the chaotic aura around him. Huh, isn't that the Iron Blood Taoist? He's here too? Someone recognized the black-clothed, middle-aged man. This person actually gave off a powerful divine Tao aura. It was obvious that his cultivation had already reached the peak of the saint level. With just one more step, he would be half a step into the honorable level. Brother Iron Blood. At this time, seeing that Iron Blood Taoist was about to walk towards the entrance of the immortal mansion world, the old ancestor of the Jiang clan hurriedly walked out and called out to Iron Blood Taoist. Hey, isn't this old ancestor Jiang you? Iron Blood Taoist glanced at the old ancestor of the Jiang clan. He was a little surprised, but he didn't know why the old ancestor of the Jiang clan stopped him. Brother Iron Blood, I have something to ask you. I hope you won't mind. Old ancestor Jiang Yu of the Jiang clan was very humble in front of Iron Blood Taoist. In fact, he was already half a step into the honorable level, so there was no need for him to be so polite to Iron Blood Taoist. However, everyone in the human realm knew that Iron Blood Taoist was backed by Gu Fei. If there wasn't such a great figure behind Iron Blood Taoist who would pay attention to a mere holy venerate, this was a very practical matter. Then, a piece of news spread from the mouth of the Jiang clan's old ancestor. The rumor was actually true. Gu Fei was really going to open the chaotic immortal mansion world for 10 days. In these 10 days, as long as one could obtain a fortune from the chaotic immortal mansion world, that fortune would belong to them. They could take it away or refine it. They could also take away the inheritance they obtained. Where else could they find such a good thing? Experts from the 4 great realms all flocked to the chaotic immortal mansion world. Even extreme Tao Supremes didn't know how many had come. These extreme Tao Supremes only had one goal in coming to the chaotic immortal mansion world, and that was the immortal peach tree. There were very few things that could move the hearts of supreme beings who had reached the extreme Tao realm, except for the immortal godly medicine. It should be known that the immortal divine herb was very useful even for extreme Tao Supremes. Having an immortal divine herb was equivalent to having an extra life. Of course, things weren't as simple as the experts from the 4 great realms who rushed over excitedly thought. Gu Fei and Tong Yu brought Yin Tianyu, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and set up a checkpoint outside the entrance to the chaotic immortal mansion world. If one wanted to enter the immortal mansion world to fight for the fortune, they had to hand over a quasi-supreme Tao artifact or a quasi-immortal divine herb as a toll fee. Otherwise, they would be kicked out. A quasi-supreme Tao artifact wasn't something that just anyone could take out. Quasi-supreme Tao artifacts weren't very useful to extreme Tao cultivators, but to cultivators below the extreme Tao realm, they were priceless treasures. In particular, quasi-immortal divine herbs could even regrow flesh and bones from the dead. A quasi-immortal divine herb? Many people shook their heads and left. These were all independent cultivators. These independent cultivators didn't belong to any sects, nor did they have teachers to guide them. Their resources were limited. However, the disciples of the great sects didn't lack quasi-supreme Tao artifacts, nor did they lack quasi-immortal divine herbs. Of course, quasi-immortal divine herbs were much more precious than quasi-supreme Tao artifacts. No one would use them to exchange for the right to enter the chaotic immortal mansion world. However, quasi-supreme Tao artifacts were different. It was very easy for the top forces with supremes to take out a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. After handing over a quasi-supreme Tao artifact or a quasi-immortal divine herb, one could receive a Tao talisman from Tong Yu. This was a greater teleportation talisman. When exploring the chaotic immortal mansion world, one could immediately activate the greater teleportation talisman as soon as their lives were in danger, and they could immediately leave the immortal mansion world. This quasi-paragon Tao artifact was worth it. After all, a greater teleportation talisman could save one's life. In the primal beginning realm, the eldest and third princes of the Pingtian God dynasty arrived. They directly handed over a quasi-supreme Tao artifact, received a greater teleportation talisman, and entered the chaotic immortal mansion world. The sixth ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Yichen's grandfather, also came. Jiang Yichen's death was a huge blow to him. Jiang Yichen had died in the immortal mansion world. The sixth ancestor of the Jiang family wanted to investigate the cause of his grandson's death. The imperial family of the Wuji God dynasty of the human world also came. Another god's son of the heaven equal sect came. The top cultivation forces of the primal beginning realm all nurtured more than one god's son and saintess. The Yi family of the primal realm also came. Yi Lingtian was almost invincible among the younger generation of the Yi family. The second god's son of the heaven equal sect, Qi Hao, had died at his hands. Chapter 45-48. The divine princes of the primal beginning realm used to run amok in the human realm, killing almost everyone in the human realm's younger generation. However, with the appearance of Guzhong, he almost wiped out all the experts of the primal beginning realm by himself and killed the divine princes of the Taichen, celestial dynasty of the primal beginning realm. Guzhong had even fought against a dozen divine princes and saintesses from the grand beginning realm on his own during the battle in Tianwu City in the human world. He had killed 5 divine princes and forced the other divine princes and saintesses to leave. After that battle, Guzhong was called the Divine Prince's Killer. This guy specialized in killing divine princes. Guzhong's precious son, Gu Xiaofeng, entered the chaotic zone between the primal beginning realm and the human realm. This guy had no other skills, but his ability to trick people was surpassing that of his master, almost catching up to He Tian. At this time, the experts of the 5 ancestral planets of the human realm all arrived. There was a pair of brother and sister who were old acquaintances of Gu Fei, Ziyin Shao and Ziyin from the ancestral planet of Buzhou. Both of them were quasi-sovereigns and were proficient in joint attacks. When the two joined forces, they almost swept away the younger generation of Buzhou ancestral planet, almost invincible. Ziyin still wanted to fight against Gu Fei, but Gu Fei stretched out a finger and pressed her to the ground. Unable to move, Ziyin was completely convinced. This Gu Fei was simply a freak. She didn't know how strong his cultivation was. He Tian and Ji Changkong didn't appear. At this time, the ancestral planet of Crepe Myrtle was in chaos. The huge Ji clan was divided into several factions, each building their own mountains. The entire Ji clan was showing signs of splitting. The battle between Empress Ji and Ji Changkong had also reached a critical juncture. He Tian had to help Ji Changkong unify the ancestral planet of Crepe Myrtle, so he was very busy. What was He Tian busy with? Naturally, he was busy with killing the people of Empress Ji's faction. He Tian and Ji Changkong were also quite impressive. They had both cultivated to the half-step Supreme Being realm. This was more or less related to the opportunities they obtained in the flying immortal land. The immortal land of the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star was a mysterious place. Even extreme Tao Supremes would covet the opportunities there. However, even Supreme Beings would not be able to find the flying immortal land if they were not lucky enough. Brother Gu, you're being too greedy. It's a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. The toll is too expensive. Ziyin Shao said with a bitter smile. That's right, you're facing a great calamity. Ziyin pouted. Hee. So what if my master is facing a great calamity? Standing beside Gu Fei, the Black Wind Sovereign said with a smile. Humph. Ziyin raised her eyebrows in anger. Don't be unconvinced. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to obtain the fortune within the immortal mansion world, you have to pay a certain price. The Black Wind Sovereign said sternly. This, Ziyin Shao and Ziyin Shao didn't know what to say when they heard this. It was already very rare for Gu Fei to open the immortal mansion world for 10 days. It must be known that the entire immortal mansion world belonged to Gu Fei. whether it was the immortal peach tree or the countless opportunities within. They all belonged to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no obligation to give them the things within the immortal mansion world for free. We're friends. You can go in. Gu Fei said with a smile. Many thanks, Brother Gu. Zi Yin'er smiled. Give me the greater teleportation talisman. Zi Yin'er stretched out her hand towards Tong Yu. Tong Yu looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. Tong Yu handed the 2 talismans to Zi Yin'er. After Zi Yin accepted the talismans, she pulled her brother Zi Yin Shao and rushed into the immortal mansion world, as if afraid that Gu Fei would go back on his word. Zi Yin Shao was rather embarrassed. This is a trial for those below the supremacy stage. All supremacy stage experts, please return. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the chaos zone. The supremacy stage experts hiding in the dark were shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. However, after thinking about it, they understood. Gu Fei was afraid of ruining the world he had just obtained. Moreover, there was an immortal peach tree in this world. The quasi-supremacy stage experts didn't have the ability to obtain the immortal peach tree. How could the immortal peach tree be obtained so easily? Only a supremacy stage expert had a chance of obtaining the immortal peach tree. No one dared to barge into the immortal mansion world. Not to mention Gu Fei, the 2 fellows standing next to him were not to be trifled with. They were supreme existences at the half-step eternal realm. Barging into the immortal mansion world was courting death. Gu Fei released Gu Ling and the others from his inner world. Gu Zhong and his son were also here. Little Peng Emperor was also here. Old Tortoise naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. In an instant, countless powerful creatures gathered from all directions. These were all cultivators below the extreme Dao realm. Among them were Gu Fei's successors, divine sons and saintesses from the primordial world, and quasi-supremacy stage experts from the ancestral world. Of course, there were also many quasi-supremacy stage experts from the human realm and heaven realm. Not bad. Haha. Even Gu Fei didn't expect so many people to participate in this trial. I, Gu Fei, do not lack good fortune. This is the fortune divine fruit. It can defy the heavens and change one's fate, severing one's supreme bloodline. I will throw this fortune divine fruit into this world, and if you have the ability to obtain it, this fortune divine fruit is yours. Gu Fei took out a jade box and threw it into the world behind him. This, seeing that Gu Fei had thrown the jade box into the immortal mansion world. Everyone looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were incomparably excited. That was the legendary fortune, divine fruit. Everyone wanted to obtain it. They wanted to defy the heavens and change their fate. I say, little brother, you didn't give me such a good thing, but used it as a bet. Old Tortoise was a little dissatisfied. I thought you wanted to sever your inherited bloodline with your own strength. Why didn't you say so earlier? Black lines immediately appeared on Old Tortoise's forehead. With your ability, it's easy to get the fortune divine fruit. Gu Fei laughed. Whoosh! Old Tortoise rushed into the mortal mansion world as if his but was on fire. The others also hurriedly handed over a quasi-supremacy Dao treasure, then received a greater teleportation talisman and rushed into the immortal mansion world. At this time, even Zhao Hao and Meng Long, who were still training in the 9 Heaven Stars Sword's internal world, were released. These 3 had cultivated in the 9 Heaven Stars Sword's internal world for so long, and their cultivation had actually reached the Holy Venerate realm. Especially she had a connate Dao constitution, so her cultivation speed was much faster than the others. She was already a peak Holy Venerate expert. And the others were surprised and delighted to see Gu Ling and Gu Fei. Go, fight! Chapter 45-49. The trial in the world of the chaotic immortal mansion began. There were only 10 days left. The items in the world of the chaotic immortal mansion were fatally attractive to all cultivators. Even supreme exalts were envious. However, Supreme Exalts could not enter the world of the chaotic, immortal mansion. However, Supreme Exalts had nurtured quite a few juniors. 6 of the divine sons of the Equal Heaven sect had come. The first divine son was extremely powerful, known to be invincible among quasi-sovereigns. The experts of the imperial family of the Pingtian divine dynasty could not be underestimated either. The divine son of the Eastern Violet Chi sect charged over from the distance like a violet sun. Violet Chi surged for 15,000 kilometers, dispersing the chaotic Chi in the surroundings. Greetings, Senior. The first divine son of the Eastern Violet Chi sect, Wei Donglai, bowed respectfully to Tong Yu, who watched over the entrance of the world of the chaotic, immortal mansion. Yes. Tong Yu only nodded. He said nothing else. Wei Donglai obviously knew the rules. He directly took out a quasi-sovereign Dao artifact and passed it to Tong Yu. Tong Yu accepted it and stowed it away. Afterwards, he passed a greater teleportation talisman to Wei Donglai. Wei Donglai bowed to Tong Yu again before striding into the world of the chaotic, immortal mansion, disappearing inside. A quasi-paragon Dao artifact or a quasi-undying spiritual herb. These two things weren't something that just anyone could take out. However, at this moment, Tong Yu had already collected about 500 quasi-paragon Dao artifacts. This number was just too astonishing. However, what made Tong Yu gloomy was that although he had received almost 500 quasi-sovereign Dao artifacts, he hadn't even received a single quasi-undying herb. Quasi-undying herbs were far more valuable than quasi-sovereign Dao artifacts. This was because quasi-sovereign Dao artifacts could be refined, while quasi-undying herbs were spiritual items nurtured by the heavens and the earth. With Tong Yu and Yin Tianyu watching over, no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone obediently handed over a quasi-sovereign Dao artifact, then received a greater teleportation talisman before entering the world of the chaotic, immortal mansion. At this moment, 2 figures faced off in a valley within the world of the chaotic, immortal mansion. Powerful auras radiated from their bodies. This yin-yang grass is mine. A white-haired old man stared coldly at a black-robed youth. It belongs to the one with the harder fist. The black-robed youth sneered. Kill! The old man roared and stretched out his right hand to grab the black-clothed young man. The divine flames of the 9 serenities danced on his fingers. The 9 serenities' godly flame was extremely powerful. Even a tiny bit of it would burn the cultivator into ashes in the next moment. Moreover, this type of divine flame specialized in burning cultivators' primordial spirits. It was incomparably vicious. The battle erupted and shook the gorge. In the end, it was actually that old man who had no choice but to crush a teleportation talisman and instantly flee the chaotic, immortal abode. The yin-yang grass in the valley was obtained by the black-clothed youth. Yin-yang grass was a type of divine medicine. Although it was not a quasi-immortal divine medicine, it could still change a cultivator's constitution, making it suitable for cultivating yin and yang qi. The good fortune of the primordial chaos immortal estate world was not bad. Rumble! Someone punched a huge mountain. The mountain collapsed, and an ancient shrine appeared before everyone's eyes. It immediately caused a commotion. Rays of light shot out from the shrine one after another. There were at least a dozen powerful Dao treasures hidden in the shrine, all of which were supreme Dao treasures. However, the entire shrine was enveloped by a powerful domain. If one wanted to obtain the supreme Dao treasures hidden in the shrine, they would have to break through the shrine. Boom! Someone directly attacked. A powerful wave of energy spread out, causing the entire region to tremble. It was the attack of a peak quasi-supreme existence. However, in the next moment, the peak quasi-supreme existence who attacked was actually sent flying. He suffered a considerable backlash, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a dozen powerful auras appeared near the shrine. The old tortoise's figure also appeared nearby. This fellow was very careful. He would definitely not be the first to attack. He was observing. I didn't think someone would actually discover this shrine. Gu Fei set up a table and a few chairs on the peak of a huge mountain. He then made some celestial wine, barbecued meat, and fruits to go with it. He actually drank and ate while watching a light screen floating in the void. The scene on the light screen kept changing. Sometimes the old tortoise's figure appeared, and other times Gu Ling's figure appeared. At this moment, Gu Ling was fighting with the divine prince of the primordial realm for a supreme Tao treasure. It was a sword, a divine sword with shocking murderous intent. The cold sword aura emanating from the divine sword seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This divine sword was definitely a ferocious sword. Its power was astonishing. Boom! Gu Ling directly used the fire element fist. With a punch, flames shot into the sky, burning everything. On the other hand, a cold and gloomy aura emanated from the expert who was fighting Gu Ling. The space around him seemed to solidify. This was the power of the moon. This young divine prince came from the holy land of Nine Yin in the primordial realm. He was extremely powerful, but unfortunately he encountered Gu Fei's daughter, Gu Ling Bang. After exchanging 1,000 blows, the divine prince from the holy land of Nine Yin was directly sent flying by Gu Ling's punch. He spat out blood. He immediately retreated, but he didn't use the teleportation talisman. He didn't leave the divine mansion of chaos. He still had the power to fight, so he continued with the trial. Gu Ling grabbed the killing sword with one hand. Boom! The next moment, the sword aura shot into the sky. All living beings within 1,000 miles felt their souls tremble. The peerless divine sword had finally appeared. No wonder you're my daughter, Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very proud. At this time, figures flashed on the peak. Yan'er had come, and so had the old tortoise's uncle. Jianglin, the daughter of Jiang Renhuang, had also come. In an instant, the peak of the mountain became lively. There weren't many people who could become Gu Fei's honored guest. The iron-blood Taoist walked to the top of the mountain and reported to Gu Fei what had happened recently. Because of Gu Fei's return, all the forces in the human realm were very careful. They didn't want to provoke this malefic star. One should know that all the forces that provoked this malefic star had been destroyed. Only the eastern world still stood in the east of the human realm. It wasn't that Gu Fei didn't want to touch the Dongfang family. It was because Jiang Renhuang had intervened. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether the Dongfang family would still exist. Right at this moment, Gu Fei discovered that Zhao Hao and the others had actually been ambushed. Meng Long had even suffered heavy injuries and was lying on the ground, while Zhao Hao and Yan were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 quasi-supremes. These guys. Chapter 4550. The trial of the primal chaos immortal estate finally began. Everyone charged into the immortal estate world as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. However, this immortal estate world was a deadly trap that Tong Yu had set up for the sake of killing all the living beings who entered. It wasn't so easy to break through this deadly trap. In addition, Gu Fei had only opened the immortal estate for 10 days. Once the time was up, the immortal estate world would no longer be open. All the experts who entered the immortal mansion world urgently wanted to obtain the good fortune within the immortal mansion world. It was absolutely impossible to obtain good fortune so easily. Boom! One of the deadly traps within the immortal estate world was triggered. One after another, beams of killing light shot out from a valley. Every beam of divine light almost pierced through the void. Wherever the divine light passed, ripples visible to the naked eye would appear in the void. The powerful living being who had triggered the killing formation didn't even have a chance to let out a scream before being destroyed in body and soul. This is... Outside the mountain valley, people who saw this scene couldn't help but feel indescribably shocked. Who was that person? He was so unlucky that he died right away. A white-haired elder stared at the mountain valley filled with murderous light. His pupils constricted. The more powerful the killing formation, the more incredible the good fortune within the mountain valley would be. A pair of wings on his back. That person is an expert of the winged clan of the primordial realm. Someone said. Soon the commotion from the mountain valley alarmed quite a few people nearby. 7 or 8 powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the mountain valley. Within the endless murderous light, a godly medicine that looked like fire could be faintly seen. It's actually the fire spirit tree, a living being whose entire body was wreathed in fiery qi, cried out in shock. Jin Shao, this fire spirit tree is mine. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Humph. The golden-haired youth called Jin Shao spun around and glared angrily at the person who had spoken. Jin Shao was a half-step supreme of the Golden Crow clan of the Heaven Realm. He had already taken half a step into the extreme level. If he could obtain this fire spirit tree, he might be able to comprehend the ultimate truth of the Tao of Fire. Anyone who dared to fight with him over the fire spirit tree would be his mortal enemy. The Golden Crow was a connate fire spirit, and the fire spirit tree was of great use to the Golden Crow clan. It could complete the Golden Crow clan's great Tao, because the two of them came from the same source. They were both creatures born from the connate fire essence. Little brat from the Li family, if you don't want to die, then scram. Jin Shao recognized this fellow with a single glance. He was an expert from the Heaven Realm's Li clan. His name was Li Chong, and he was also a half-step supreme being. Li Chong cultivated a fire element cultivation method. Around his body, there were wisps of divine fire that were almost invisible to the naked eye. He also needed this fire spirit tree to complete his fire element great Tao. Jin Shao, you're too arrogant. This fire spirit tree is the fortune of this place. Senior Gu Fei said that whoever obtains any fortune here, that fortune will belong to them. If you want to obtain any fortune, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Li Chong said coldly. He was not afraid of Jin Shao at all. The Golden Crow clan of the Heaven Realm had long been scared by Gu Fei. They definitely did not dare to break the rules set by Gu Fei. Humph. If I accidentally beat you to death, then you can only blame yourself for being inferior. Jin Shao stared at Li Chong and laughed sinisterly. These two fellows are quite interesting. On the tallest and largest divine mountain in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, Gu Fei was holding a cup refined from peerless divine jade. He reclined on the couch and tasted the immortal brew while looking at the two people who were confronting each other in the distant sky. How could the two of them have the ability to take away the fire spirit tree? Opposite Gu Fei, the old turtle was roasting a divine beast. This fellow was becoming more and more particular about what he ate. Now he only ate divine beasts. A meaty aroma quickly spread from the top of the mountain. Why don't we make a bet? Gu Fei said with a smile. Haha, then you'll definitely lose. The old turtle grinned. He could see through Jin Shao and Li Chong's abilities with a single glance. These two fellows were like ants in front of him. Even if he personally made a move, he wouldn't dare to say that he could definitely break through the killing array, barge into the valley, and take away the fire spirit tree. That fire spirit tree was something that even the old tortoise was jealous of. One had to know that it was no ordinary fire spirit tree. The fire spirit tree in the valley had existed for countless years and had long transformed into a semi-immortal godly medicine. Gu Fei smiled and said, that might not necessarily be my loss. All right, if I lose, I'll be your slave for 1,000 years and be at your beck and call. The old turtle believed his own eyes. With the cultivation of those two fellows, it was impossible for them to break through the killing array in the valley. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to take away the fire spirit tree. You're so cruel to yourself. You said it yourself. Don't go back on your words. Gu Fei laughed heartily. I'm a demon lord. How can I go back on my words? The old turtle said very seriously. I can't help but admire you. You're lying with a straight face. Gu Fei teased. When the old turtle heard this, he blushed and had a bad feeling. What if you lose? The old turtle stared at Gu Fei and said, Are you afraid that I don't have anything to lose to you? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Hee hee, I know you have a lot of good stuff. How about this? If you lose, I only want one thing in this world. How about it? The old turtle looked into the depths of this world. How could Gu Fei not know what this guy wanted? All right, I agree. Gu Fei nodded. All right, it's a deal. The old turtle was overjoyed. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Jin Xiao and Li Chang, two half-step supremacies, fought against each other. Powerful energy waves spread out and shook the area. Divine fire erupted from both of their bodies. It was as terrifying as two divine suns suddenly appearing in the sky. They were two beings who had cultivated the great Tao of fire to the extreme. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts. However, while Jin Xiao and Li Chang were fighting, someone tried to break the valley's killing formation and take away the fire spiritual tree in the valley. Countless formation, runes that were hidden in the void, once again appeared in the void, enveloping the entire valley. Get lost! Jin Xiao was furious. The thing in the valley belongs to me. Whoever dares to take it will die. Jin Xiao waved his hand, and a ray of fire immediately rushed out from his hand. It instantly turned into a divine rainbow and pierced through the powerful living being that attacked the Sand Valley town. Roar! That expert only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he was directly burned into ashes by the golden crow, divine fire. When the others saw this, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants and quickly retreated. Humph! Li Chang made his move. A gourd appeared in his hand. Withdraw! Chapter 45-51. There were also differences in the cultivation of half-step supremes. Li Chang of the Heavenly Realms Li family was an expert that the Heavenly Realms Li family had nurtured with all their resources. Naturally, his cultivation was unrivaled among those of the same level. As for Jin Xiao, he also had a great background. He was a pure-blooded golden crow of the Heaven Realms Golden Crow lineage. He was an existence that had the potential to become the Golden Crow Emperor. He was an extreme paragon. Naturally, he was very confident. Seeing that the fire gourd in Li Chang's hand was extraordinarily powerful, Jin Xiao's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A divine object that grew from an innate spirit root? The fire gourd in Li Chang's hand could devour powerful half-step Supreme Being level creatures, so its power was naturally not small. One must know that those who were able to cultivate to the level of a half-step Supreme Being would definitely have a few trump cards up their sleeves. The two half-step Supremes who were sucked into the fire gourd in Li Chang's hand did not even have the chance to escape. In just an instant, the two half-step supremacies that Li Chang put into the fire gourd were directly refined, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Kill! After getting rid of those ants, the two powerhouses could finally fight to their heart's content. They didn't have any misgivings about fighting here because the heaven and earth void here was extremely stable. Even an extreme-grade sovereign wouldn't be able to break through this part of the heaven and earth void, let alone a half-step sovereign like them. Boom! Jin Xiao streaked across the sky like a golden divine sun, directly colliding with Li Chang. Return! Without any hesitation, Li Chang directly activated the fire gourd in his hand. A terrifying devouring power immediately swept out from the fire gourd and instantly enveloped the divine sun that Jin Xiao had transformed into. Rumble! The divine sun was actually pulled towards the fire gourd by the devouring power of the gourd. Roar! Jin Xiao roared in rage. In the next moment, boundless golden light shot out from his body, slicing through the space between the heavens and the earth. Naturally, it also severed the devouring power of the fire gourd. Humph! Your gourd is useless against me. Jin Xiao took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Li Chang. A golden fist smashed directly at Li Chang's head. A violent power erupted from his fist, and the golden divine light illuminated the world. Seal! Li Chang was calm. He waved his right hand in front of him, and a divine shield immediately appeared in the void. Boom! Jin Xiao punched the divine shield in front of Li Chong. Li Chong was directly sent flying backward by the shock. Hee, brother, you've lost. On the highest peak of the divine mountain in the distance, the old tortoise laughed when he saw this scene. In his opinion, Gu Fei was bound to lose. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to break the killing array in the valley and take away the fire spirit tree. Now that the two of them had started fighting, how could they break the formation? Let's wait and see. Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. Humph, that legendary undying immortality peach tree is mine. Old Tortoise said, if it's yours, no one can take it away. If it's not yours, it's useless even if you force it. Gu Fei remained calm. Haha, you're still being stubborn. The old tortoise guffawed. In front of the valley in the distance, two powerful silhouettes were moving rapidly through the void. Powerful energy waves erupted from their bodies and visible ripples appeared in the void. These two fellows, many powerful figures appeared nearby, and they were all watching. Someone saw through the actual situation in the valley. It's actually a fire spirit tree. No wonder! Someone suddenly realized that Jin Xiao and Li Chong were risking their lives for the fire spirit tree. That was the legendary half-immortality divine medicine. Obtaining such a divine medicine could complete one's great Tao, especially for Jin Xiao and Li Chong, who were half-step supremes of the fire spirit Tao. Some people were envious, but they did not make a move immediately. They were very careful because they had already heard that several half-step supremes had already died in the hands of these two. Of course, there were also existences that could contend against Jin Xiao and Li Chong in the vicinity. Boom! A golden rod suddenly appeared high in the sky and smashed down toward the valley below. You're courting death. Jin Xiao and Li Chong were both shocked and furious. They immediately separated and attacked the goldenrod that was descending from the sky at the same time, wanting to block the goldenrod that was smashing down. Humph! You two don't know what you're talking about. Get lost. A figure appeared in the void. In his hand was the goldenrod that was smashing down violently. When Old Tortoise saw that powerful creature, he could not help but be taken aback. This fellow was someone he knew. Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Hong is here too? Someone exclaimed. At this time, Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Hong forced back the two powerhouses, Jin Xiao and Li Chong, with one strike. Jin Xiao and Li Chong were both shocked and furious. Boom! Yuan Hong's golden rod ruthlessly smashed onto the light barrier above the valley, causing the light barrier to shake violently. Countless formation patterns began to become unstable. This Old Tortoise could not laugh anymore. Nobody expected Yuan Hong to appear here. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as Yuan Hong once again fiercely smashed into the light barrier above the valley. An extremely powerful force erupted, causing cracks to appear on the light barrier. Oh no! Old Tortoise's expression changed. At this time, all the powerhouses near the valley were also staring at Yuan Hong. I don't believe that I can't smash open this turtle shell. Yuan Hong roared and continued to attack. He held the golden rod with both hands and smashed it down with all his might. Jin Xiao and Li Chong both retreated far away and stared nervously at the formation in the valley. Boom! Kacha! As if something had broken, the layer of light barrier that enveloped the valley collapsed. Swish! Yuan Hong took a step and directly rushed into the valley. However, just as he rushed into the valley, a divine light suddenly rushed out of the valley without any warning. Collect! Li Chong directly activated the fire gourd in his hand. The divine light was immediately absorbed by the fire gourd. After Li Chong absorbed the divine light, he immediately turned around and left. This made everyone feel strange. They were all here for the fire spiritual tree. You lost! Gu Fei calmly drank the immortal brew. What did you say? Old Tortoise was stunned. Why did I lose? Old Tortoise was very unhappy. Because he took away the greatest creation in the valley, Gu Fei said. Old Tortoise heard this and immediately thought of something. He was really blind to not notice it. Preposterous! Thinking of this, Old Tortoise was simply going crazy. Sit down, Face said. Sit what? I'm not in the mood. Old Tortoise said with a gloomy face. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. I'm your master now. You can't go against my words. Are you going back on your words? Face smiled. Ah. Chapter 4552. No one had expected this. Even the Old Tortoise himself was dumbfounded. The fire spirit tree in the valley had been taken away by someone. The person who had taken away the fire spirit tree was Li Chong from the Li family of the Heaven Realm. This guy had picked up a great bargain. Therefore, as soon as he succeeded, he left without a moment's hesitation. The greatest fortune in the valley was the fire spirit tree. Roar! An angry roar came from the valley. Yuan Hong, the sacred prince of the golden spiritual apes, was enraged. He waved the golden rod in his hand, wounding all the other experts who had broken into the valley. What bad luck! I've met a lunatic. Jin Shao of the Golden Crow clan rushed out of the valley in a sorry state. If not for his life-saving talisman, he would have been beaten to death by Yuan Hong's rod. These 2B asterisk stards, they can't do anything right. The Old Tortoise stared at Jin Shao, his face black with anger. He had been a slave to Gu Fei for 1,000 years. Thinking of this, he was extremely unhappy. Drink some wine and calm down. Actually, being my slave is not bad. Gu Fei was very happy. You, the Old Tortoise, was speechless. A slave who was treated so well, was he not a slave? If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. You can't deny it. Gu Fei smiled. I didn't say I would deny it. The Old Tortoise was terrified in front of Gu Fei. Is that so? Don't look so sad. Smile for me, Gu Fei said. The Old Tortoise was stunned, and then he smiled. His smile was uglier than crying. I'm going to seize the fortune too. Without waiting for Gu Fei to say anything, the Old Tortoise shot up into the sky and rushed into the depths of the Immortal Mansion world. The fortune there was the best in the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. That was because the legendary Immortal Peach Tree was rooted there. This guy runs really fast. Gu Fei shook his head and continued to eat and drink, enjoying the show that he had orchestrated. With his current cultivation, he could sense the subtle changes in the entire Immortal Mansion world with just a thought. He could sense the aura of every other cultivator who entered the Immortal Mansion world. Gu Fei's expression suddenly turned grim because he sensed that his daughter, Guling, was currently fighting against a demonic ape. Powerful ripples spread out, shaking the surroundings. Not far away from Guling and the demonic ape was an ancient shrine. That ancient shrine had existed for countless years. It exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura. Inside the shrine, another ball of hazy divine light shone out. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the aura from the ancient shrine. It's the extreme Tao source. Tong Yu, who was standing behind Gu Fei, said carefully, You're really generous. You actually used a lump of extreme Tao source to attract experts from all over. Gu Fei exclaimed, That was an extreme Tao source, something condensed from the source energy of an extreme Tao sovereign. Obtaining an extreme Tao Supreme Being source was equivalent to obtaining all of that extreme Tao Supreme Being's inheritance. All quasi-Supreme Beings would go crazy for it, and even Supreme Beings wouldn't be able to sit still. Gu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Swoosh! He took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the mountain peak. When he reappeared, he was already on a short mountain less than 100 miles away from the ancient shrine. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the front, reverberating through the entire void. Gu Fei looked forward and saw demonic aura billowing and fiery aura soaring into the sky. Two supreme powers were constantly colliding and destroying each other, shaking the heavens and earth. Die, demonic ape! A roar suddenly came from the ancient shrine. In the next moment, A dazzling sword light instantly broke through the layers of demonic aura. A demonic shadow appeared in front of Guling's sword light, giving the illusion that the demonic shadow was colliding with Guling's sword light. Clang! The demonic ape stretched out its right hand and directly clashed with the sword light. Its sharp claws collided with the sword light, causing sparks to fly. What a strong physical body! Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene from the top of the short mountain. This demonic ape was the disciple and grand disciple of the leader of death in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. This demonic ape was originally guarding this place. Guling wanted to take away the extreme path source in the ancient shrine, so the demonic ape naturally had to fight Guling to the death. Swoosh! Guling's figure instantly disappeared into the void, dodging the demonic ape's sharp claws. When she reappeared, she was already 1,000 miles away. Sword moves the cosmos. Guling directly used her ultimate move. Dazzling sword light rushed out from her body, illuminating the cosmos. It was terrifying, as if she was going to split the entire world with her sword. The demonic ape let out a blood-curdling scream as demonic blood splattered everywhere. A hairy arm fell from the sky. Roar! The demonic ape let out a sorrowful roar and directly turned to flee. Guling did not chase after the demonic ape. She directly arrived at the entrance of the ancient shrine and was about to take a step into the ancient shrine when a familiar figure silently appeared behind her. That person casually waved his hand, and over a dozen rays of blue light pierced through Guling's back. Every ray of light emitted a cold aura. Buzz! A sword chime suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, an unimaginably sharp sword chi erupted from Guling's body without any warning. The sword light flashed across the void, and the heads of the two experts behind him flew into the air. It was a young man who was extremely powerful. He had many powerful followers around him, all of whom had very high levels of cultivation. When the others saw this, they were immediately scared out of their wits and immediately retreated in all directions. The young man was also furious and directly attacked Guling. This time, there was an extra item in his hand. A gust of black smoke rushed out from the item and instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 10 miles. Guling was also enveloped by the sudden eruption of black smoke. Guling was shocked. She felt that her spirit sense could not penetrate the black smoke. This black smoke could actually corrode a cultivator's spirit sense. Even Gu Fei, who was on a short mountain in the distance, was somewhat surprised. This black smoke was so powerful that even his spirit sense could not penetrate it. As for the young man, he was like a fish in water within the black smoke as he silently charged towards Guling. Despicable guy. Gu Fei was somewhat displeased, but he did not make a move because he believed that his daughter could handle everything. Chapter 4553. Who's that? How could he fight Guling endlessly? Someone nearby exclaimed. Guling's name had once shaken both the heaven realm and the human realm. Everyone knew that she was Gu Fei's daughter, so no one dared to provoke her. One should know that Gu Fei was extremely protective of his people. If his daughter was bullied, then those who dared to bully her would be in deep trouble. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Could it be that guy from the primordial realm? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's courting death by provoking a peerless enemy for his family. The nearby experts were all watching the battle. No one dared to make a move. After all, this was Guling. Who would dare to have any ideas about her? Most importantly, this Chaos Immortal Mansion world already belonged to Gu Fei. He was the ruler of this world. In other words, if he wanted someone dead, that person would not be able to walk out of this world. Boom! The young expert who was fighting with Guling suddenly struck out with a fist technique. A powerful fist energy spread out from his fist, shaking the void. Humph! Seeing this, Guling clenched her right hand. In the next moment, a ball of fire erupted from her fist. She directly punched out to meet the incoming fist. Boom! With a loud bang, The two fists collided with each other. Two powerful forces exploded, and the two figures flew backward at the same time. The young expert was very surprised. The fist technique displayed by this woman was no trivial matter. This was not a technique below the extreme grade, but a technique above the extreme grade. "Young master, be careful!" one of the young man's followers shouted. This young man had many followers. Among them, there were two old men with extremely powerful cultivation. They were existences that were only a step away from becoming extreme grade supremes. The other followers of the young man were not weak either. Among them, there were 7 people dressed in black armor, holding spears in their hands, riding tall horses. The murderous aura around them was especially strong. The murderous aura around them was earth-shattering. These 7 generals were definitely experts who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The killing intent on their bodies had already materialized into something tangible. Even the naked eye could see countless living beings struggling and howling around them. The 7 generals stared at Gu Ling, gripping their spears tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Being locked onto by this kind of god-level expert was actually somewhat affected by Gu Ling, because he had to divert his attention to guard against these 7 fellows. No one knew when these 7 fellows would make their move. Their appearance was equivalent to making their move, because they were exerting pressure on Gu Ling. Despicable! Someone stood up and shouted at the 7 generals. The 7 great generals didn't even look at that person. "You dare to ignore me? You guys are really something. I want to see what you guys are capable of." After saying that, the man took a step forward and instantly appeared above the heads of the 7 generals. Then he stomped down on them, and a golden foot larger than a small mountain appeared above the heads of the 7 generals. Stepping on 7 generals with 1 foot, this kind of boldness was not something an ordinary person could have. "Who is that person?" You actually aren't even him? Is he very famous?" "That's Gu Fei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, who has recently become famous in the heaven realm. It's that fatty." Someone exclaimed. Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Zhong's son and Gu Fei's grand disciple, had a cultivation level that was close to that of his father, Gu Zhong. In one day in the heaven realm, he had swept through 13 cities and defeated 13 divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world, becoming famous in the heaven realm. There was once a descendant of the heavenly monster who wanted to assassinate Gu Xiaofeng, but in the end, Gu Xiaofeng assassinated him instead. His corpse was even hung on the city wall of the largest city in the eastern domain of the heaven realm. Little fatty, if you were still watching from the side, I would have already spanked your butt. Gu Ling shouted at Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Xiaofeng was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. At this time, the 7 generals moved. They raised their hands at the same time and stabbed the spears in their hands towards the sky. 7 beams of light instantly appeared between heaven and earth. They were like pillars that supported the heavens. However, Gu Xiaofeng's giant foot continued to descend and collided with the 7 beams of divine light. Buzz! The void trembled. In the next moment, the 7 beams of divine light were crushed by Gu Xiaofeng's giant foot, turning into countless rays of golden light that disappeared into the void. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Xiaofeng stomped the 7 generals and their mounts into the ground, leaving a giant footprint on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene. This guy was too cruel, trampling on them without saying a word. The 7 generals had been crushed to a bloody pulp by Gu Xiaofeng's foot. He was a god of death who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Had they died just like that? Some people felt that the scene was too surreal. "Little guy, how dare you kill the generals of the eternal divine dynasty? You're courting death." An old man pointed at Gu Xiaofeng and roared, "You're the one who's courting death." Gu Xiaofeng suddenly smiled evilly. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already above the old man. "Rumble!" He stomped down on the old man again. Kill! The old man roared. In the next moment, he suddenly turned into a heavenly sword and slashed at the giant foot that was coming down. Then, Gu Xiaofeng retracted his leg. This was the first time he had heard of the eternal divine dynasty. There shouldn't be such a dynasty in the primordial realm, and there was no such force in the human world or the heaven world. Eternal divine dynasty? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up from the top of the mountain in the distance. Did these guys come from another world that could contend with the primordial realm? The young man who was fighting Gu Ling was the eternal divine son, the divine son of the eternal divine dynasty. How dare a frog at the bottom of a well act so arrogantly in front of me? Surrender now, or I'll make you wish you were dead. The young man shouted at Gu Ling. Who do you think you are? Gu Ling said disdainfully as he attacked. In that case, I'll send you on your way. The divine son of the eternal divine dynasty made his move. He was holding something in his hand. It was a box, an extremely ancient box. The eternal Son of God used all of his strength to open the box a crack. It was through this crack that an unimaginably cold aura surged out of the box. The surrounding void seemed to be frozen in an instant. This is Chapter 4554. The name of the eternal divine dynasty appeared before the world once again. No one in the primeval realm, the ancestral realm, the human realm, or the heavenly realm had ever heard of such a divine dynasty. This made the strongest beings in the 4 major realms feel that something was wrong. Could this so-called eternal divine dynasty have come from a great world that no one knew about? Just as everyone was shocked by the origin of the eternal divine dynasty, the battle between the eternal divine son and Gu Ling had reached its climax. The eternal divine son took out a box. Even with all his might, he had only managed to open the box a little. However, although the box in the eternal Son of God's hand had only been opened a little, a terrifying, chilling aura was released from the box. The next moment, the entire world turned into a world of ice and snow, and Gu Ling was instantly sealed in ice. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could not help but feel a little surprised. The box in his opponent's hand was not simple, and he could instinctively sense the extremely dangerous aura coming from it. This thing, Gu Fei stared at the box in the eternal divine son's hand, his pupils constricting. This box seemed to be an eternal Tao artifact. An eternal Tao artifact was a supreme Tao artifact refined by an eternal being. It was even more powerful and terrifying than an ultimate Tao artifact. Could the eternal divine dynasty's divine son really have come from the legendary supreme world? Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out. Gu Ling shattered the ice on her body and rushed out. She cultivated the great Tao of fire, and this cold qi was her nemesis. However, on the other hand, Gu Ling was also the nemesis of this cold air. Boom! Gu Ling's body shook, and 9 balls of divine fire rushed out of her body. They turned into 9 divine phoenixes that circled around her, dispersing all the cold air around her. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared above Gu Ling's head. From the top of the ancient cauldron, streaks of fiery light fell down one after another. Each streak of fiery light illuminated the world. It was Gu Ling's Tao artifact, the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Humph! Take it. The eternal divine son sneered and patted the box in his hand. In the next moment, the box erupted with a heaven-devouring power that swallowed Gu Ling and the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Gu Ling felt her body tighten, and she flew uncontrollably towards the box in the eternal Son of God's hand. Even the 9 Phoenix Cauldron was about to be taken away. Whoosh! At this moment, a blade of light descended from the sky and slashed at the box in eternal Son of God's hands. Clang! Like lightning, the saber light landed directly on the box. The eternal Son of God felt a jolt in his hand, and the box in his hand was sent flying by the saber light. What? Shocked, the eternal Son of God reached out with his right hand to retrieve the box. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the eternal Son of God. The figure waved his sleeve and sent the eternal Son of God flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The powerful beings who followed the eternal Son of God were all dumbfounded. The eternal Son of God was the current divine son of the eternal divine dynasty. His cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-supreme level, and he was only half a step away from becoming a supreme. Among his peers, the eternal Son of God was absolutely invincible. But now, in this wildlands, a native could actually compete with the eternal Son of God. It was unbelievable. "It's you?" Only then did the eternal Son of God see who had sent the box flying. It was the young fellow who had been fighting with one of his followers. "This thing is mine." Gu Xiaofeng grinned as he held the box in his hand. You forced me to do this." The eternal Son of God was so angry that his eyes turned red. The box was his ultimate treasure, and even in his world it was a famous Tao item. He could not afford to lose this treasure. "So what if I forced you to do this?" Gu Xiaofeng didn't care at all. "Roar." The eternal Son of God suddenly threw his head back and roared. The next moment, his body underwent a shocking transformation. The muscles on his body swelled, bursting out of his clothes. Pieces of purple scales appeared on his skin, and an extremely violent aura exploded from his body. Rumble! The void around the eternal Son of God was shaking, and one pitch-black spatial rift after another flashed like black lightning. The Chaos Immortal Mansion world was extremely stable, and the void that had just cracked would be repaired in an instant. All the experts who were watching the battle nearby felt a great pressure and a great sense of danger. The eternal Son of God had become extremely dangerous. This guy... Everyone stared at the ever-changing eternal Son of God, dumbfounded. They saw that he had turned into a monster, a humanoid monster with purple scales all over his body. The monster's blood-red pupils were especially frightening. Its bloody mouth was filled with incomparably sharp teeth, and each of those teeth was triangular. If this monster took a bite, a large piece of flesh would definitely be torn off. "What is this thing?" Someone exclaimed. "Die." A terrifying wave of divine will instantly blasted that person's body. The next moment, that person did not even have time to scream before his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit instantly dissipated in the void. What? All the experts who were watching the battle were inexplicably shocked. A powerful living being had been killed by that monster with a single thought, and both his body and primordial spirit had been destroyed. "All of you deserve to die." The eternal Son of God's divine will, who had already turned into a monster, had become many times stronger. A powerful wave of divine will erupted from his body, and in the next moment, Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Ling, and even the powerful living beings who were watching the battle from afar were sent flying. The weaker living beings were directly shattered in the void, turning into a bloody mist, their bodies and primordial spirits destroyed. "Roar!" Gu Ling roared. She felt her spiritual soul trembling and blood seeping out of her orifices. Even her primordial spirit felt like it was being torn apart. This was a divine will attack. If it was not for the fact that her spiritual soul was strong enough, her primordial spirit would have been shattered by this divine will, and she would have become a soulless, walking corpse. He actually cultivated divine will. Gu Fei, who was watching from the side, was a little surprised. This fella from the legendary Supreme Grand World actually cultivated divine will, a divine will that even a puny immortal spirit could possess. The most basic and ordinary things were often the most powerful things. Gu Fei suddenly realized that he had been neglecting something that he should not have been neglecting. The most powerful power was not necessarily the most primitive power of heaven and earth. Any kind of power could be the most powerful. The power of Eternal Son's divine will, for example, was enough to suppress everything. No matter how powerful or powerful one's divine will was, he could destroy it with a single thought. Good move. Chapter 45-55. The fact that the eternal divine dynasty's divine son had turned into a monster shocked everyone. The eternal divine Son was no longer human, but a monster in human form. This monster was covered in purple scales, each of which was glowing brightly. Ancient and mysterious Tao patterns could be vaguely seen within them. This was the strongest physique, the eternal divine Son's strongest form. You forced me to use my strongest form. Your deaths have been worth it. The eternal divine Son's blood-red eyes swept across Gu Xiaofeng and the others. A powerful divine will erupted from his body, sweeping out in all directions like a raging wave. Even Gu Ling felt her spirit tremble, as if her primordial spirit was about to be shaken out of her body by the eternal divine will. Humph! Gu Ling sat cross-legged in the void, using all her strength to resist the eternal divine Son's divine will attack. A ball of divine light surged from her body, blocking most of the divine will. Gu Xiaofeng's cultivation was slightly lower than Gu Ling's. There was a crack in between his eyebrows, and blood was seeping out. The other powerful beings who were watching the battle all retreated far away. No one dared to get close. After all, the divine will that erupted from the eternal divine Son was an indiscriminate attack. Kill! The eternal divine Son laughed sinisterly. He pounced on Gu Ling, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. His speed and strength were both faster and stronger than before his transformation. His lunge was filled with a murderous aura, and the divine will attack doubled the power of his lunge. The suppression of the divine will made it difficult for Gu Ling to evade effectively. However, she was fearless. She suddenly looked up and flashed a devilish smile. What? The eternal divine Son was shocked. She was still smiling at this time? The next moment, he knew why Gu Ling was smiling. Gu Ling's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a beam of divine light shot out from it, heading straight for the eternal divine Son. The eternal divine Son suddenly felt as if he had seen a ghost. He was unimaginably frightened, and in the next moment he retreated. The beam of divine light that shot out from Gu Ling's brow instantly turned into a divine sword that slashed towards eternal Son of God at an extremely fast speed. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Someone saw through the origin of Gu Ling's god art. Primordial soul Tao, transformation sword. Gu Xiaofeng's eyes widened upon seeing this. As Gu Fei's grand disciple, it went without saying that he had inherited the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao. However, the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao performed by Gu Xiaofeng paled in comparison to Gu Ling. Whoosh! The primordial soul Tao sword flashed past, and the next moment, the eternal Son of God suddenly stopped in his tracks. Martial uncle is awesome. Gu Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire Gu Ling's ability to kill the eternal Son of God with a single strike. You, the eternal Son of God, glared at Gu Ling with eyes that looked like they were about to spit fire. His divine body split apart and dissipated into the void, completely disappearing. He died just like that. How is this possible? Someone in the distance cried out in alarm. From their point of view, the eternal Son of God was extremely powerful, and it would be extremely difficult to kill such an existence. However, could Gu Ling really kill the eternal Son of God with a single sword strike? Even the followers of the eternal Son of God were shocked by this scene. It should be pointed out that once the eternal Son of God was killed, they, as followers of the eternal Son of God, would also be buried with him. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Xiaofeng laughed. However, Gu Ling's expression was still grave. Could it be? Gu Xiaofeng could not help but be shocked by Gu Ling's expression. As expected, a faint wave of divine will suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared out of the void without any warning. This person was the eternal Son of God. At this moment, the eternal Son of God was still in his monstrous form, but there was a hideous wound on his brow that was difficult to heal. Blood continued to seep out of the eternal Son of God's brow and drip down, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. However, Gu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the eternal Son of God had not been killed by Uncle Master Guling's sword, his aura had weakened by more than half. In other words, Uncle Master Guling's sword strike had seriously injured the eternal Son of God. "This guy is from the eternal world." Guling suddenly said such a sentence. What world is that?" "Eternal world." Everyone who heard Guling's words was shocked to the extreme. Eternal world. Even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Only an existence like him knew that there was eternity above the extreme Tao. A great world that could give birth to an extreme Tao supremacy was a perfect great world. The primordial world and the primogenital world, on the other hand, were super great worlds. They were the source of all the worlds in the universe and were the highest known form of world. However, there was a higher level of world above the source of all the worlds in the universe, and that was the eternal world. The eternal world was actually a guess that Gu Fei had when he was in the eternal realm. However, he did not expect that his guess would be true. Guling had used a primordial spirit, Tao, sword secret technique to slash at the eternal Son of God. He had read some of the memories of the eternal Son of God's primordial spirit and learned some secrets. The eternal Son of God could not help but be shocked. After taking a blow from his opponent had even read some of the memories of his primordial spirit. This secret technique was truly unimaginable. It was hard to imagine that someone in such a primitive and backward world could actually create such a peerless heavenly art. Even if he were to display his strongest form, it was still not enough in front of these aboriginals. "Die, all of you!" The eternal Son of God suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a scroll. As the scroll unfurled, it immediately shone with a myriad of divine lights. It was as if a magnificent army was charging out of the scroll, and the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world shook violently from the power that erupted from the scroll. "He wants to destroy this world," someone exclaimed. As the scroll unfurled, it was as if a supreme existence of the eternal realm was attacking, shattering the world and destroying everything. "That's an eternal Tao artifact." Tong Yu, who was standing beside Gu Fei, widened his eyes and stared in disbelief at the scroll in the sky. He was an existence of the half-step eternal realm, so he was naturally particularly sensitive to the aura of the eternal realm. That scroll actually contained the true supreme power of the eternal realm. On the scroll of eternity, it was as if another eternal level creature was about to rush out. A beast claw stretched out from the scroll, trying to destroy the world. The power of the eternal realm spread out from the beast claw, shattering the world and destroying the void. One after another, pitch-black spatial rifts appeared between heaven and earth. They were like black flashes, constantly appearing and disappearing. As soon as the beast claw appeared, countless experts in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world felt their souls tremble. That Gu Fei is too ruthless. I'm just taking part in the trial, and he's actually going to personally attack? Some people were very dissatisfied. Only Gu Fei himself could display such supreme divine might. But no one could have imagined that this time Gu Fei would not personally attack. At this time, even Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure. Gu Ling, Gu Xiaofeng, and the others could not even move a finger. They were completely suppressed. "Die, all of you, die for me!" The eternal Son of God laughed maniacally. This eternal scroll was his final trump card. Even he would never have imagined that he would use up his most precious eternal scroll in a backward, barbaric world. If he did not use this scroll, he would probably have to give up his life here. The beast claw that stretched out from the eternal scroll was extremely terrifying, and it was about to wipe out the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly flew out from the side. This sword light was not very large, and it could be seen clearly with the naked eye. However, it was this ordinary sword that made everyone dumbfounded. The sword light turned and directly slashed at the beast claw. In the next moment, the beast claw was actually chopped off, and not a single drop of blood splattered out. It can actually injure an eternal one the eternal Son of God was extremely shocked. In his strongest state, he could definitely withstand an attack from an extreme-grade Supreme Being, and the power sealed in the Eternal Scroll was the true eternal power. In particular, that beast claw was condensed from eternal-level power. It had actually been destroyed by a single sword strike. Who the hell is hiding? What a scoundrel! The eternal Son of God was almost going crazy. He swept his eyes in all directions, trying to find the scoundrel who had sneakily attacked him. But no one dared to jump out at this time. At this moment, the eternal scroll was broken, and it directly fell from the sky. The sword light that slashed the scroll of eternity also disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Master, Tong Yu knew that in the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world, only Gu Fei could deal with the eternal Son of God. However, although Gu Fei had used the 9 Heaven Stars sword to destroy the Eternal Scroll, he did not continue to attack. Boom! At this moment, Gu Ling exploded, and endless divine fire burst out of her body. 9 divine phoenixes danced in the divine fire, and the fire elemental power released was unprecedentedly strong. Now it's our turn. Gu Ling flipped her right hand, and the 9 Phoenix cauldron appeared in her hand. The 9 Phoenix cauldron flew out of Gu Ling's hand, and directly suppressed the eternal Son of God. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out of the ancient cauldron, and directly attacked the eternal Son of God. Gu Ling had completely activated the power of the 9 Phoenix cauldron, and endless fire elemental power swept up high into the sky. Hee, I'm coming too. Gu Xiaofeng took out a divine saber and directly slashed at the eternal Son of God. A blood-colored saber light immediately rushed out of the divine saber in his hand. Chapter 4556. In the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, a trial for powerful creatures below the Half-Step Supreme level began. This trial was led by Gu Fei. Extreme Supremes were not allowed to enter the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Only Half-Step Supremes, and those below the Half-Step Supreme level, were eligible to enter. This was a chance Gu Fei had given to the Quasi-Supremes to break through. It was also a chance for Gu Ling, Old Turtle, and the others to make the ultimate leap. The fortune in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was no small matter. If one could obtain the heaven-defying fortune here, they could make the ultimate leap and become an invincible extreme supremes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could resist such a temptation. All the quasi-supremes rushed to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world like crazy. In this way, Gu Fei made a fortune. The Chaos Immortal Mansion world had been managed by its original owner, Tong Yu, for countless years. There were fortunes everywhere, but also dangers everywhere. This was originally a trap that Tong Yu had set up to harvest the life essence of the experts. However, an uninvited guest had come to this trial. This uninvited guest had a frightening background, which made Gu Fei feel incredulous. This person was from the legendary Eternal World, the divine son of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. The divine son of the Eternal Divine Dynasty cultivated his divine will, but his body was also extremely tough. When he was in his strongest form, he was simply a supreme Tao artifact in human form. Unfortunately, the person he met was Gu Ling, Gu Fei's daughter. Gu Fei was not a competent father. Although he had taught his daughter the true meaning of martial arts, he did not give her too much guidance in her cultivation. Instead, he let her develop herself. To become an expert, one had to move forward one step at a time. A true expert was achieved through one's own hard work and cultivation. No one could help one. Even Gu Fei could not turn his daughter Gu Ling into an expert who could look down on the world. However, it was undeniable that Gu Fei had too many good cultivation resources, especially the cultivation techniques, the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, and the Supreme Sword Path. These were all once Gu Fei's trump cards. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path possessed even more unfathomable power. Gu Ling cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Primordial Divinity Sword Technique, which happened to be the nemesis of Eternal Divine Son's divine will. Eternal Son of God had been struck by Gu Ling's primordial spirit Tao sword. Although he had not died, he had been gravely injured. This shocked and angered him. His opponent's secret technique made him feel the threat of death. Compared to Eternal World, this world was very primitive and backward. To think that he would end up getting wounded by the aboriginals of this world. How was this possible? What made him even more incredulous and unacceptable was that the power of the cultivation techniques in this world could actually make him feel like his life was in danger. How could these low-level cultivation techniques have this kind of power? It was impossible. At this time, Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng attacked with all their might, wanting to kill the eternal God Son. Shown. 9 Phoenix illuminates the heavens. Endless fire elemental power swept toward the eternal Son of God, burning the air and distorting it. Countless flame-shaped patterns appeared within the divine fire. The 9 divine phoenixes lunged at the eternal Son of God from the sea of fire. On the other side, Gu Xiaofeng slashed out with a saber. The blood-red saber light illuminated half the sky, as if a sea of blood had descended between heaven and earth. The saber chi was vast and mighty. With such a slash, it was as if the stars in the sky could be cut down. Even an existence like Eternal God felt an extreme sense of danger from the combined attack of the 2 experts. Is my Tao something that you natives can even imagine? The Eternal Son of God sneered. In the next moment, a formless gust of wind surged out of his body, and the 9 divine phoenixes that were charging at him were torn to pieces by the gust of wind. The towering divine flames were also extinguished by the astral winds. Even Gu Xiaofeng's all-out attack was met with great resistance. Although the blade light was still heading for the eternal Son of God's head, its speed had slowed down. Yes, this guy's understanding of Tao is much deeper than Ling, and Lin Feng's. Gu Fei could not help but shudder when he saw this. Although the other party's Tao was only the simple great path of wind, it was unfathomably profound. In contrast, the Tao that he cultivated was crude and primitive. Buzz. The power of the great path of wind erupted from Eternal God's body, causing the void around him to tremble violently. Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng were both sent flying. The divine saber in Gu Xiaofeng's hand almost flew out of his hand. Gu Ling, along with the cauldron, was sent flying thousands of miles away. Die. Eternal God's divine will erupted once again. Countless divine will transformed into countless swords and sabers that slashed at Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling. What a powerful divine will. Gu Ling was both shocked and furious. She did not expect this guy to not only survive after being slashed by her primordial spirit Tao sword, but also have such a powerful divine will. If the Eternal Son's divine will transformed into a sword, it would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary Tao treasures. Moreover, this move was specifically targeted at the primordial spirit. However, once one was slashed by such a sword, one would still be injured. Gu Xiaofeng couldn't help but be startled when he saw the swords and sabers coming at him from all directions. He immediately dashed forward. His body trembled as a ball of divine light appeared and instantly enveloped him. The countless swords and sabers of divine will immediately slashed at the ball of divine light around Gu Xiaofeng. The ball of divine light around Gu Xiaofeng shook violently. Countless runes appeared and intertwined on the ball of divine light, communicating with the universe and drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. However, there was no suspense. Gu Xiaofeng only lasted for less than 15 minutes before he was sent flying by the countless swords and sabers of divine will. He coughed up blood continuously. Gu Xiaofeng was severely injured. The places on his body where he had been slashed were a bloody mess. In some places, even his bones were exposed. It was a wretched sight. For those who were watching the battle from afar, the result of this battle left them dumbfounded. One must know that Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling were not insignificant figures. Moreover, they had an even more powerful being behind them. Rumble, Gu Ling's blood was boiling. It had been a long time since she had met such an opponent. "I'll return it all to you." Gu Ling immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic secret technique, in the face of the countless swords and sabers slashing at her. What? Gu Ling was a little nervous when she saw the swords and sabers slashing at her. However, she quickly calmed down. The countless swords and sabers were simultaneously reversed by the power that erupted from Gu Ling's body. Whoa! The eternal Son of God suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying wave of divine will erupted, and the countless swords and sabers piercing at him all disappeared without a trace. "You can actually reverse my attack?" The eternal Son of God could not help but be surprised. Sword of the primordial spirit of the Daos! Gu Ling did not hesitate and immediately used the chaotic secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The swords formed from Gu Ling's primordial spirit were extremely fast. Both their speed and power had increased significantly. Whoosh! The sword light from Gu Ling's swords flashed across the eternal Son of God's body and then disappeared without a trace. So fast! The eternal Son of God uttered these 2 words with difficulty. Then, with a bang, his entire body suddenly exploded and turned into dust. "He's still not dead this time?" The Black Wind autarch shouted. Gu Fei had earned countless cultivation resources in this trial. Only living beings below the extreme Tao could enter the Chaos Immortal Mansion world to cultivate in seclusion. This eternal Son of God had been struck by Gu Ling's primordial spirit, sword, secret technique. Even his primordial spirit would be destroyed, and he would completely disappear from this world. "He's dead for sure," one of the spectating elders sighed. This primordial spirit sword secret technique specialized in attacking primordial spirits. Who said, "I'm dead for sure"? A voice sounded at this moment. The eternal Son of God's figure silently appeared in the void. His face was as pale as a sheet, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had taken another blow from Gu Ling, but was still not dead. However, the eternal Son of God's aura had become even weaker. "Ha, Uncle Master. Give him a few more blows and exhaust him to death." Gu Xiaofeng laughed loudly. "Not bad." Someone nodded. This method seemed to be working. Boom! Gu Ling activated her mystic art, and the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao burst forth from her body. With each burst, her power continued to increase. Slash! The eternal Son of God did not hesitate. He transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light and slashed at Gu Ling. "You want to compete with me in the sword?" Gu Ling smiled. Her most powerful ability was her sword. She separated her hands, and countless sword lights appeared. One after another, powerful sword shadows appeared around her. The 2 forces of the sword Tao collided and separated in an instant. The 2 figures moved rapidly in the void, and each wave of their hands was a fatal blow. Endless sword qi tore through the void, destroying everything in its path. Both Gu Ling and the eternal Son of God had cultivated their sword Tao to the extreme. Although it was difficult to determine a victor between such opponents, it was not impossible. They exchanged thousands of blows in an instant, and the 2 figures passed each other. Gu Ling felt a burning pain in her abdomen. She looked down and saw a bloody hole in her abdomen, and blood was seeping out. "I've been hit." Gu Ling could not believe it, but she did not panic. She quickly activated her mystic art, trying to force out the power of the great path from her wound. Although she had been hit by the eternal Son of God's sword, the eternal Son of God had also been hit by hers. It could be said that in a contest of sword Tao, there was no clear victor between them. The eternal Son of God's body was covered in blood, especially on his left shoulder. There was a bone-deep wound, and blood was seeping out of it, dyeing his clothes red. Damn it! The eternal Son of God was going crazy. He could not even beat a native here. How was he supposed to continue living in the eternal world? Chapter 45-57. Eternal God's battle prowess was astonishing. He had actually managed to injure Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling together. To put it more accurately, Gu Ling and Eternal God had both been injured. Eternal God's left shoulder had been struck by Gu Ling's sword, while Gu Ling's abdomen had been pierced by Eternal God's sword chi. This was a wound of the Great Path. If one's Great Path power was stronger than others, such wounds would quickly heal. However, if one's Great Path power was weaker than others, then one's life would be in danger. Others' Great Path power would attach to the wound and invade one's body, destroying one's own Great Path power. Once one's Great Path power was completely destroyed by the opponent's Great Path power, then one would die. Gu Ling immediately used her mystic arts to expel the Eternal God's sword wei power from her wound. However, she immediately frowned. Her opponent's sword wei power was unimaginably pure, and it was constantly destroying her Great Path power. Gu Ling looked down and saw that around the wound on her abdomen, there were two different kinds of Great Path patterns intertwining, clashing, and destroying each other. On the other hand, Eternal God's wound looked rather frightening. The sword wound on his shoulder was so deep that the bone could be seen. However, the power of the Great Path that belonged to Gu Ling was constantly being forced out of his body. Runes kept rushing out of his wounds before dissipating into the void. This was a sign that Gu Ling's Great Path power was being destroyed. This, Gu Ling could not help but groan inwardly. This guy's understanding of the Great Path was much deeper than hers. How could there be such a being in this world? One had to know that Gu Ling was Gu Fei's daughter. She had received the best cultivation resources and cultivated the best cultivation methods in all the heavens. However, her Great Path power could not compare to this guy's. Eternal God was very young. This could be sensed from the aura of his soul. A person's appearance could be changed, but the aura of one's soul could never be changed. This was because it was the mark of life. The Eternal Son of God was even younger than Gu Ling, but the Great Path power he cultivated was extremely strong and pure. Roar! The Eternal Son of God glared at Gu Ling and growled like a wounded beast. He seemed ready to pounce at Gu Ling at any moment. Young Master! At this moment, the followers of Eternal Son of God wanted to rush towards Eternal Son of God. However, they were stopped. Your opponent is me. A man in green blocked an old man in plain clothes. Where do you want to go? Another expert walked out and stopped a black-bearded middle-aged man. The battle between Ancient Spirit and Eternal Godchild had caused a huge commotion. Most of the experts in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world could sense it. Some of the nearby experts rushed over. Kid, get lost. The plain-clothed old man was infuriated. He waved his sleeves, which were like the Milky Way, sweeping towards the green-clothed young man. Star power. The corners of the green-clothed young man's lips curled up into a sneer. In the next moment, he extended his right hand, and a large halberd immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The moment the azure-robed young man grasped the halberd, the shadow of a dragon immediately rushed out from the halberd and danced in the void. Great Dragon Halberd, is that the mortal world's azure dragon? That's Azure Dragon, ranked 12th on the mortal heavenly roll? Someone exclaimed. In the mortal world, someone had created an earth roll and a sky roll. The earth roll was the ranking of cultivators below the sage level. Those below the sage level were considered ants. The ranking of cultivators below the sage level was the earth roll. The ranking of cultivators above the sage level was the sky roll. The fact that Azure Dragon was ranked 12th on the mortal heavenly roll was enough to prove his strength. Of course, there were also people who didn't care about these so-called earth and sky rolls. In the heavenly realm, there were also so-called earth and sky rolls. I didn't expect him to appear here. Didn't they say that he was in seclusion? Someone said in disbelief. TCH, can he come out of seclusion? Someone said disapprovingly. ranked 12th on the mortal heavenly roll. Gu Fei had already recognized Azure Dragon the moment he came out. This guy had been his rival back in the southern wilderness. Even now, Azure Dragon still saw him as a rival and wanted to surpass him. However, how could it be so easy to surpass me, Gu Fei? Azure Dragon directly charged towards the old man. The great dragon halberd in his hand seemed to have turned into a real dragon, pouncing towards the old man. Boom! The two forces collided. The old man's long sleeves were shredded into pieces, and the dragon shadow on the great dragon, halberd in Azure Dragon's hand, also disappeared. The two experts couldn't help but take a few steps back. Again, Azure Dragon's battle intent surged. He swung the great dragon, halberd in his hand, and swept it towards the old man. The old man in linen clothes also attacked. It was as if a starry sky had appeared around him. Countless stars rushed towards the Azure Dragon to kill him. Rumble. An incomparably shocking sound rang out in the void, as if two heavens and earth were colliding. Azure Dragon was directly sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Although the old man was also a half-step supreme being, his understanding of the great Tao was much deeper than Azure Dragon's. The deeper one's understanding of the great Tao, the higher one's cultivation, and the stronger one's battle prowess would be. A clay chicken and pottery dog coming here to die? The old man was enraged. This brat actually dared to block his path. He must be tired of living. What did you say? Azure Dragon was enraged. In the next moment, he threw his head back and let out a long roar. A golden dragon shadow rushed out from his body, covering the entire sky. Dragon might spread for 100,000 li, and billions of living beings were terrified. Huh! The old man's eyes narrowed as he stared at the golden dragon in the sky. Origin Dragon Chi? In a valley tens of thousands of kilometers away, the old tortoise could not help but be shocked when it sensed the dragon might. The primordial Dragon Chi was a Dragon Chi that was nurtured in the primal chaos before the world was created. In the dragon race, the Origin Dragon Chi was considered the origin of the dragon race. It was the Origin Dragon Chi that gave birth to the chaotic ancestral dragon. That Azure Dragon's luck is too heaven-defying to be able to obtain something like this. The old tortoise quickly realized who was using the Origin Dragon Chi. The person who could use the Origin Dragon Chi was the half-step supreme being Azure Dragon from the southern wasteland. This is the Origin Dragon Chi. A bumpkin like you doesn't deserve such a divine item. The old man's eyes were filled with greed. To them, a natural divine item like this was unimaginable. It could be used to exchange for what they wanted, and it could also be sold for a sky-high price. The Origin Dragon Chi had heaven-defying effects on the dragon race. For example, the Azure Dragon also had an extreme bloodline in his body. Of course, this bloodline was already very faint, but it still caused him to be stuck in the half-step supreme realm. The primogenitor couldn't take that final leap. However, with the Origin Dragon Chi, Azure Dragon could sever the supreme being bloodline in his body, giving him the possibility of taking that final step. But so noble? In my eyes, aren't you all the same as trash? Azure Dragon said disdainfully. What? The plain-clothed old man was enraged. One after another, stars revolved around his body. He was like a giant standing in the starry sky, looking down on the world. Kill! Azure Dragon, once again, attacked the old man. The great dragon halberd in his hand turned into a golden dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, pouncing towards the old man. Boom! The plain-clothed old man threw a punch, and his fist collided with the golden dragon charge, producing an extremely dull sound. The powerful fist force directly shattered the golden dragon, revealing the great dragon halberd's true form. Azure Dragon only felt the great dragon halberd in his hands, shaking violently. In the next moment, the great dragon halberd was almost knocked away, and blood seeped out of his hands. What a powerful fist force! Azure Dragon was shocked. Eat another one of my fists! The old man attacked again. Without any suspense, Azure Dragon was sent flying again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like he was no match for the old man at all. Azure Dragon is still a little weak. Gu Fei was a little moved as he watched from the side. This group of people were known to be the strongest amongst their peers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to follow the eternal Son of God. At this time, in another direction, the black-bearded middle-aged man was enraged, and he attacked the person in front of him. A large hand appeared in the void, slapping towards that person. The entire world seemed to become extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. Humph! That person sneered and also slapped his palm towards the black-bearded middle-aged man. Boom! The two forces collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a deafening explosion. A terrifying wave of energy rippled out in all directions. The two figures separated in an instant, and then charged back at each other, fighting fiercely. That's the one from the Zhou clan? Someone recognized the young man who blocked the black-bearded, middle-aged man. The Zhou clan's little heavenly lord, ranked 11th on the mortal heavenly roll? Someone exclaimed. The Zhou clan had produced an amazing fellow, even more outstanding than the Zhou clan's young immortal king. He was known as the Zhou clan's little heavenly lord, and his cultivation had reached the half-step supremacy realm. I didn't expect him to come to. Someone exclaimed. The fortune in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world attracted the attention of countless experts. Not only the Zhou clan's little heavenly lord had come, but the other clan of the ancients' heirs had also come. Their cultivation was no weaker than the Zhou clan's little heavenly lord. The more lively the better. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. The more people that came, the more cultivation resources he would obtain. It must be known that in order to enter the primal chaos immortal mansion world, one would need a quasi-immortal herb or a quasi-exalted Tao artifact. Chapter 4558. There were cultivation families in the human realm that had existed since ancient times. The Zhou family of the primordial era was one of the ancient cultivation families. Moreover, it was a great family that had once produced an extreme grade supremacy. It had once unified the entire human realm. However, the primordial era had collapsed in the end. Countless sects and ancient religions from the primordial era had disappeared along with it. However, some powerful clans had managed to survive and their bloodlines had not been severed. The Zhou family of the primordial era had once produced an extreme grade supremacy. Their clan had a contingency plan. The experts of the clan had all hidden in outer space and escaped the calamity of extermination. In this life, the Zhou family of the primordial era had finally emerged and shocked the world. Be it the little immortal king of the Zhou family or the little heavenly lord of the Zhou family, they were all monstrous existences, especially the little heavenly lord of the Zhou family, Zhou Qi. He was the most shocking disciple of the Zhou family in the past. He was fighting the black-bearded, middle-aged man from the eternal world. Surprisingly, he was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he was attacking and defending at the same time. The battle was extremely intense. A rumbling sound came from Zhou Qi's body. The next moment, 5 rays of divine light shot out from his body and turned into 5 divine swords. Each of the divine swords exuded a monstrous sword energy fluctuation. Go! Zhou Qi waved his right hand, and the 5 swords that were circling around him immediately pierced towards the middle-aged man. Wherever the 5 swords passed, the space would tremble, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. Great Tao of the 5 elements. The black-bearded, middle-aged man stared at Zhou Qi, and his eyes lit up. Although Zhou Qi's great Tao was the genuine great Tao of the 5 elements, in the eyes of the black-bearded, middle-aged man, Zhou Qi's great Tao of the 5 elements was too crude. The cultivation techniques of this family were not strong enough to cultivate the grand Taos of the 5 elements to their limits. However, things were different in Eternal World. There were countless cultivation techniques there. That was especially true for high-grade cultivation techniques. All of them could point directly towards the essence of the various grand Taos and cultivate them to their limits. In fact, when a world evolved to the extreme, the various resources would become scarce. Because the divine objects that were born in the primordial era had all been used up, some high-level worlds would turn their attention to other worlds to plunder their cultivation resources. Even in primordial worlds like the primordial world and the primordial world, the top forces of these worlds would more or less control the resources of some low-level worlds. Controlling a world was not something rare among the top forces of the primordial world. These were the world hunting grounds that the patriarchs of the primogenitor realm spoke of. These were the places where the top forces hunted. Chi's great Tao of the great Taos. However, no one knew that Gu Fei of Fei had control of the world's resources. Realm. Gu Tian world, realm, Chi's world, realm. Of course, even though Gu Fei had obtained the resources of these worlds, it wasn't easy for him to defend them. I got the Tao. Chi, the black-bearded middle-aged man, gave Zhou Qi a ferocious smile. In the next moment, he pounced towards Zhou Qi. World. Zhou was shocked. Zhou of Zhou. However, something that shocked Zhou Qi happened. His 5 elements magical sword, which could almost pierce through the void, instantly pierced through the black-bearded, middle-aged man's body. However, not a single trace of blood appeared on the black-bearded, middle-aged man's body. Zhou Qi's 5 elements, magical sword, pierced through the air. How is this possible? The Black Wind supremacy, the Shooting Sun supremacy, and the others were shocked. Could this guy have cultivated the same secret technique as their master? The 9 secrets of the immortal path was created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. It was an extreme cultivation technique with unfathomable power. The mystic power that the Tao Ancestor used was very similar to the anti-void mystic technique. Those who did not know might think that it was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The Zhou family's little heavenly venerate, Zhou Qi, was indeed the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Whoosh! In the next moment, he soared into the sky. However, the black-bearded, middle-aged man's figure was like a shadow as he pounced towards little heavenly venerate, Zhou Qi. 5 elements domain. Zhou Qi's reaction was extremely fast. A ball of 5-colored divine light immediately exploded from his body and enveloped his entire body in a light shroud. The void around him formed a world of its own. However, Zhou Qi was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that the black-bearded, middle-aged man's figure had passed through the 5-colored divine light around him and pounced on Zhou Qi. Oh! Everyone who saw this scene was inexplicably shocked. Roar! Zhou Qi suddenly hugged his head and roared, as if he was in great pain. Soon his eyes, ears, and nose were bleeding. Hee, this 5 elements Tao body is mine. Scram! It was as if there were 2 souls inside Zhou Qi's body, causing him to completely lose control. Possession? The expressions of some of the old antiques turned very ugly. Doesn't seem like it, someone said hesitantly. Possession meant abandoning one's own Tao body. The primordial spirit would rush out from the Tao body and seize another expert's Tao body. This was possession. However, the black-bearded middle-aged man didn't seem to abandon his Tao body. At that moment, the battle between Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng and the Eternal God had reached its most critical juncture. Gu Ling kept using the primordial spirit, Sword of the Way, to kill the Eternal God. The Eternal God was quite impressive. He was still alive after being slashed by Gu Ling so many times. If it had been an ordinary quasi-supremacy, they would have died instantly after being slashed by Gu Ling's primordial spirit, Sword of the Way. The Eternal God's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and he was about to be killed by Gu Ling. However, at the critical moment, a powerful divine will rushed out from the depths of the eternal God's primordial spirit. How dare you kill my descendant? You deserve to die. A phantom appeared in the sky. Although it was just a phantom, the invincible aura it exuded made even Gu Fei a little surprised. Rumble! The divine will incarnation directly shot towards Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng. The huge palm enveloped the entire sky, and the powerful energy waves shook the void, causing spatial cracks to appear one after another. A power that surpasses the extreme Tao. Gu Fei stared at the blurry figure with a grave expression. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would not be able to withstand the palm of the divine will incarnation, let alone Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng felt a great pressure descend from the sky, so much so that they could not stand up straight. It was difficult for them to avoid it. The divine will in the depths of the eternal God's primordial spirit was a life-saving talisman left by a supreme being of the eternal God dynasty. When the eternal God's son encountered a life-threatening crisis, the divine will in the depths of his primordial spirit would erupt and turn into a divine will incarnation to kill all enemies. This was enough to show that the big shots of the eternal God dynasty valued the eternal godson. Just as the huge palm was about to land on Gu Ling and Gu Xiaofeng, a sword radiance suddenly rushed out of Gu Ling's body. The sword radiance shot up into the sky, broke through the layers of palm energy, and pierced through the super huge palm that was coming down from the sky. What? The divine will incarnation that rushed out of the eternal godson's body was extremely shocked. How could a puny ant hurt it? The eternal sword treasure. At the next moment, the spiritual will incarnation was shocked once again. The sword light in the void made a turn in the void and directly strangled the spiritual will incarnation. Then, the spiritual will incarnation dissipated in the void. However, the divine sense incarnation soon reappeared in front of everyone. I am immortal! The incarnation roared. At this time, the eternal God's son's body was completely controlled by the incarnation. Rumble! The world shook and pitch-black cracks appeared in the void as a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Gu Fei watched the scene calmly and did not make a move. The followers of the eternal Son of God charged forward in a frenzy, wanting to save the eternal Son of God. However, the followers of the eternal Godson were stopped by the geniuses of the human realm, heaven realm, ancestral realm, and primordial realm. You guys who think you're high and mighty are nothing more than this, someone said loudly in disdain. At this time the azure dragon knocked back the old man with a punch, and his entire body became one with the primordial dragon chi. Now, the azure dragon's every move carried great power. How is this possible? The old man couldn't believe it. Whoosh! A sword radiance suddenly slashed down from the side, cleaving the old man in half. Even his nascent spirit was instantly destroyed in the void. An expert of a generation had fallen, just like that. At this time, the experts of the 4 major worlds attacked together, and the people of the eternal godly dynasty were in an extremely sorry state. People were constantly being killed. Let's go! Seeing that the situation was not good, the incarnation of the eternal Godson broke through the void with the Tao body of the eternal Godson in an attempt to escape from this world. Die! At this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky and grabbed the incarnation of the eternal God dynasty. Then, with a forceful grip, the incarnation of the eternal God dynasty shattered in the void. Tong Yu, a supreme existence who was a half-step into the eternal God realm, directly destroyed the incarnation of the eternal God dynasty. You destroyed my incarnation and killed my descendant. Just wait for your deaths. The incarnation of the eternal God dynasty sent out a wave of divine will before completely disappearing. So what if you are an eternal one? Gu Fei didn't care at all. The real body of the eternal God dynasty was in the eternal world, and it would not be easy for him to come over. It should be noted that the more powerful an existence was, the more they had to pay an unimaginable price to cross into the primordial realm or ancestral realm. It was not that it was impossible for the big shot of the eternal God dynasty to cross into the eternal God dynasty, but it was impossible for him to do so. Chapter 45:59. Roar. A furious roar came from the depths of a continent shrouded in immortal chi in the east of a vast world. The eternal world was so vast that not even extreme Tao Supremes knew how big it was, how vast it was, or how many living beings there were. There were 13 continents in the eastern part of the Everworld alone, and each continent was much larger than a perfect world. Eternal world was simply too big. It had given birth to an endless number of life forms, and countless extremely powerful life forms were scattered across the various regions of this world. No one could unify this great world. The immortal continent, one of the 13 continents in the east, was the world of the inheritors of the immortal Tao. The entire continent was occupied by 3 major factions, and one of them was the eternal godly dynasty. Although the eternal godly dynasty was one of the 3 major factions in the immortal continent, it was only slightly above average among the 13 continents in the east. In eternal world, a sect or clan could occupy an entire continent. As for those who stood at the apex of the pyramid, they could easily occupy several continents. Why is the patriarch so angry? In the ancestral land of the eternal godly dynasty, in a valley where the immortal chi was about to liquefy, everyone was terrified. They could feel the anger of the existence deep in the valley. The divine son's life token is broken. Someone exclaimed, "What?" Everyone in the valley was dumbfounded. The divine son's life token was broken? What did that mean? Did His Highness die in the lower realm? How is that possible? His Highness died in the lower realm. All the senior members of the eternal godly dynasty in the valley were stunned. Someone in the lower realm could kill His Highness? His Highness was protected by the patriarch's will incarnation. In the entire eternal godly dynasty, there was only one person who could be protected by the patriarch's will incarnation, and that was the divine son of the eternal godly dynasty. Unlike other factions, there was only one divine son in the eternal godly dynasty. All the resources of the eternal godly dynasty were devoted to nurturing one divine son, and once he matured, he would definitely become the next imperial lord of the eternal godly dynasty. However, the only divine son of the eternal godly dynasty had died, and he did not die in a battle with the divine sons of other major factions in the eternal world. The death of the eternal divine son in the lower realm was a great humiliation to the entire eternal divine dynasty. Investigate. I want to know where the divine child died and who killed him. In the sky above the ancestral land of the eternal divine dynasty, a furious roar came from a huge divine palace, and a terrible pressure descended on the world. Almost at the same time, powerful progenitor realm living beings in other parts of the celestial continent were alarmed. What's wrong with that guy from the eternal divine dynasty? An old voice came from one of the divine mountains. That old man is getting more and more restless. In another region, filled with immortal energy, a white-robed man walked out. However, the major forces of the celestial continent soon found out why the eternal emperor was so furious. The divine son of the eternal divine dynasty was dead, and he had died in the lower realm. This is too funny. The eternal son of God died in the lower realm? Everyone found this hard to believe. The lower realms were all savage worlds, so what kind of experts were there? The eternal son of God is too unlucky. Some people were gloating. The entire celestial continent was dominated by 3 major forces, and they had been fighting openly and covertly for a long time. The death of the eternal divine son was definitely a great thing for the other 2 major forces. However, the death of the eternal divine dynasty's son of God meant that the eternal divine dynasty would immediately choose a new son of God. This was not something that had never happened before. As a dynasty that had existed for countless years, it had naturally encountered cases of divine sons being killed. The death of a divine son was definitely a major event that shook the entire eternal divine dynasty, and they immediately went to war with the forces that had killed the divine son. In the past, a divine son of the eternal divine dynasty, had died at the hands of the successor of another major force. It was said that the successor's force was destroyed by the eternal divine dynasty not long after. That battle was earth-shattering, and the mountain gate of that major force was destroyed. Countless living beings perished, and blood dyed the earth red. That major force was eventually destroyed and uprooted by the eternal divine dynasty. However, that major force was also full of experts, and it was inevitable that some of them had slipped through the net. Therefore, for countless years, the eternal divine dynasty had been in constant trouble. Some people speculated that the death of the eternal divine son might have been caused by the remnants of that major force. Soon, the eternal divine dynasty took action. Some people saw the important figures of the eternal divine dynasty open a portal that crossed worlds, sending countless heavenly soldiers of the eternal divine dynasty to an unknown major world. Some people saw a patriarch of the eternal divine dynasty howl into the sky and step into the portal. Meanwhile, the trial in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was still going on, and the experts of the 4 major worlds were fighting for the fortune of this world. The commotion caused by the eternal Son of God had long since calmed down. However, the followers of the eternal Son of God were still impressive. Without the help of the extreme Tao Supremes, these people almost swept through the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. In the end, Yuan Hong of the Golden Spiritual Ape, Azure Dragon, Old Turtle, Guling, the Xian siblings, and the strongest successors of the major primordial worlds joined forces to kill them. They had also paid a heavy price. I heard that the Azure Dragon was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was rescued by a patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. I wonder if it's true. Yes, I heard that even Yuan Hong, the Golden Spiritual Ape, was beaten until he vomited blood. The demon lord of the demon clan is still the best. He wasn't injured at all. In a safe area of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, many young experts of the cultivation world had gathered. They were here to communicate or exchange what they needed. This was a place called the Void Flow in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. The Void Flow was a valley in the Immortal Mansion world. It was filled with immortal chi, flowers, flowing springs, and pavilions. It was a fairyland. At this time, in a pavilion near the water, more than a dozen young cultivators were chatting happily. Among the young cultivators, there were mighty figures of the demon clan, outstanding talents of the human clan, and experts of other races. There was even an ancestral dragon expert of the dragon clan who was particularly eye-catching. He had reached the ancestral dragon realm at such a young age. This expert of the dragon clan was definitely a monstrous existence. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses and monstrous talents in the 4 major worlds. Countless experts had emerged in the 4 major worlds. Some experts had only cultivated for a few thousand years, but they were already able to compete with the experts of the older generation. Someone saw a young monk directly put an old ancestor into the alms bowl in his hand. "Hey, Zhou Qi is here." At this time, a group of people surrounded a young man as he walked over. More than a dozen young cultivators in the pavilion hurriedly came out to greet him. "Brother Zhou, how have you been?" The ancestral dragon expert of the dragon clan cupped his hands at Zhou Qi. "Oh, hi, what are you doing here?" Zhou Qi could not help but feel displeased when he saw the guy with 2 ancestral dragon horns on his forehead. "Brother Zhou, aren't you asking the obvious?" The ancestral dragon named Ao Hai said with a smile. "The opportunities here are not that easy to obtain." Zhou Qi said indifferently. "Hee, Brother Zhou, do you still want to fight?" Ao Hai provoked. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Zhou Qi's battle robe shone like a rainbow. "How dare you?" At this time a voice rang out. Then a woman in white walked in from outside. Chapter 4560. Void Flow was one of the few places in the world of the primordial chaos immortal estate that had no killing formations, no traps, and no powerful beings occupying it. To be more precise, the Void Stream was a refuge. As long as nothing terrible happened, As long as one hid in the void stream in time, one would be safe. However, if something terrifying were to happen in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, then even a refuge like the void stream wouldn't be safe. That was because the lords of death could kill their way into the void stream. The original lord of the death of the primal chaos immortal mansion could slaughter his way into any part of the primal chaos immortal mansion. To the lord of the death, there was no place in the primal chaos immortal mansion that he couldn't go. Of course, besides Tong Yu's place of closed-door cultivation, that was the core of the chaotic immortal abode world. Even the lord of death was unable to enter that place without Tong Yu's summons. However, all of this was already in the past. Now, the master of this world was Gu Fei. At this time, in the void on the pavilion by the lake, two great experts erupted with battle intent, confronting each other. A great battle between quasi-supreme beings could erupt at any time. Fighting is prohibited here. Someone in the pavilion said in a low voice, "These two fellows are new here. They don't know the rules here." Someone said. Just as everyone was watching the show, a figure suddenly walked in from outside. "If you want to fight, please go outside and fight. This is Void Stream." The person arrived before Zhou Qi and Ao Hai. He glanced at the two of them and said coldly. Everyone looked at this white-clothed woman. No one dared to say anything. Even Zhou Qi and Ao Hai were the same. This was because this white-clothed woman was someone they could not afford to offend. Behind the white-robed woman, there were a few people. These people all had stern auras, and their auras were either tyrannical or fleeting. But everyone knew that these people were not to be trifled with. Zhao Haoyan Menglong and Ziyan Shao and Ziyan are from the Ziyan clan on Buzhou ancestral planet. Gu Fei had sent all of them into the primordial chaos immortal estate world to participate in this trial. That was because true combat experience, could not be obtained through seclusion. Only by participating in true life and death battles could one become a true expert. Although Zhao Hao and the others were Gu Fei's disciples, Gu Fei had no intention of helping them in this trial. "Fellow Taoist Gu, we're just playing around. We're not really going to fight here." Ao Hai laughed. The battle intent on his body suddenly disappeared. Ao Hai was from the dragon race, and he was even related to the old turtle by blood. Regardless of whether it was in the mortal world or the heaven realm, the dragon race's primogenitor was the Grand Emperor. The fact that Ao Hai could become an ancestral dragon meant that the Tai Huang bloodline in his body wasn't too thin. That's right. How would we dare to break the rules here? Zhou Qi also smiled. He was a member of the Zhou clan of the ancients, so he naturally knew about Gu Ling's background. Gu Ling was Gu Fei's daughter, his only daughter. Who would dare to attack Gu Ling in this world? This was Gu Fei's world. As long as he willed it, Gu Fei would be able to kill them all. No matter where they were, as long as they were still in this world, they would die for sure. However, this wasn't Gu Fei's original intention. He wanted Gu Ling to contend against the other powerful existences, seizing good fortune for herself, allowing her to take the final leap and become a paragon of the extreme Tao. Hee. Actually, if you guys want to fight, that's fine too. Zhao Hao suddenly laughed. After that, he waved his right hand as an item flew out from his hands, landing on the surface of the lake outside the pavilion. BZZ. That item quickly grew bigger and turned into a battle platform. Ancient battle platform. Everyone couldn't help but to be moved when they saw this. Who would have thought that Zhao Hao would bring an ancient battle platform with him? That was the place where life and death battles were conducted in ancient times. Those who stood on the battle platform were definitely enemies that couldn't live under the same sky as each other, because only with such hatred would two supreme experts engage in a life and death battle. This, Dao friend Zhao Hao, please don't joke around. Ao Hai directly admitted defeat. He didn't want to fight against Zhou Qi because the moment he stepped onto the battle platform, there would be no end to it until one party died. He wasn't crazy. Although he didn't like Zhou Qi The grudge between them wasn't at the point where one party would die. One must know that in a life and death battle, there would definitely be a victor. Fellow Taoist, please put away your Dermic Tao treasure. Zhou Qi felt somewhat awkward. Okay, junior brother, stop playing. Gu Ling glanced at Zhao Hao as she spoke. Yes, senior sister. Zhao Hao laughed. With a wave of his right hand, the floating battle platform flew back to him, shrinking in size as it landed in his hands. Okay, let's see what good fortune each of us obtained. After that, we will take what we need. Gu Ling spoke to everyone. Drift Void was a place of refuge, but it was also a place where experts from all over the world could exchange resources. However, for truly heaven-defying good fortune, who would be willing to exchange it with others? Everyone in the pavilion was hesitating. I have a stock of myriad stargrass here. I want exchange for a fire attribute divine item. Does anyone have a fire attribute divine item? As Gu Ling spoke, she directly opened up her inner world and took out a stalk of strange grass. This stalk of grass actually emitted hazy astral light, as though there were countless constellations hanging on it. A stalk of grass that wasn't even half a foot tall actually exuded a powerful astral aura. This was simply unbelievable. As expected of the legendary myriad star grass, some geniuses from the Primogenita realm exclaimed in admiration. This myriad star grass was extremely important to experts who cultivated the astral Tao. It could change their physique, allowing their physique to transform into the astral battle physique, greatly increasing their cultivation base and combat prowess. Tao friend Gu, I have a true yang divine core here. Can I exchange it for your myriad star grass? A quasi-paragon exuding boundless astral chi walked out. With a flip of his right hand, a black and swarthy stone the size of a fist appeared in his hands. This stone didn't exude any aura. It was like an ordinary stone that was burnt black. Is this the true yang divine core? Someone said disdainfully, Hey, I say, Xing Kuei, you want to use a useless stone to swindle Tao friend Gu's myriad stargrass. Ao Hai sneered. No matter how one looked at the stone in Xing Kuei's hand, it was just an ordinary black stone. He wanted to use such a worthless item to exchange for the myriad stargrass? Everyone looked at Xing Kuei in disbelief. True yang divine core? Gu Ling looked at the stone in Xing Kuei's hand and couldn't help but frown. This true yang divine core wasn't an ordinary item. It was a type of divine stone condensed from the inner core of the divine sun. This kind of divine stone contained the essence of the divine sun, and to those who cultivated the fire tribute Tao, it was definitely a supreme treasure that could only be found by luck. Can I inspect it? Gu Ling couldn't tell. Sure. Xing Kuei was straightforward and directly handed the stone in his hand to Gu Ling. Gu Ling only felt her hand sink. This black stone that was the size of a fist was actually very heavy, which surprised her a little. She directly reached out and scratched the stone. The surface broke, and a golden light shone out from the stone. In the next moment, everyone felt a blazing aura hit them. It's really the true yang divine core. Someone exclaimed. This was a divine stone that was nurtured from the core of the divine sun. Such a divine item contained the true yang essence, which was of great use to Gu Ling. After devouring the essence of the true yang divine core, her cultivation would definitely improve a lot. Let's exchange. Without hesitation, Gu Ling directly used the myriad stargrass to exchange for the true yang divine core. At this time, everyone took out the divine items they had obtained to exchange for the divine items they needed. For a moment, the aura in the pavilion was vast and mighty, and spiritual lights flickered. Chapter 4561. In the void stream, in a pavilion by the lake, the aura of immortals was boundless, and the light of treasures flickered. A group of quasi-supremes who entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion world to participate in the trial took out their divine items. They exchanged for the divine items they needed. Gu Ling's harvest was not small. Not only did she successfully exchange for the true Yang God nucleus, she also exchanged for the primal chaos flame. That was a divine flame born from the primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying, much more powerful than the 3 true flames and the 9 heaven purple flames. Meng Long, Zhao Hao Yen and the others also obtained the divine items they needed. Yen in particular had an innate Tao aptitude. She used an ice phoenix tree to exchange for a heavenly Tao fruit, which could transform her constitution into the strongest innate Tao aptitude. Haha, not bad. This is an ancestral dragon's heart. Ao Hai laughed heartily. He had actually obtained an ancestral dragon's heart from a primordial realm, quasi-supreme. This was the ancestral dragon's heart, which could further purify his dragon bloodline and allow him to cultivate a true ancestral dragon physique. He would be invincible in the 9 heavens. The Zhou families, Zhou families, Zhou families, Zhou families, Zhou families, Zhou families, little Emperorian Zhou Qi, who came from the human realm's desolate ancient Zhou family, obtained a piece of 5-element god metal. This surprised and delighted him. A bunch of trash hiding here to amuse themselves. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a cold voice suddenly rang out, accurately entering everyone's ears. Who is it? Get the hell out here. Cowards hiding their heads, but showing their tails. Inside the pavilion, a group of experts was shocked and angered when they heard this. They immediately released their divine sense. But to their surprise, they couldn't sense anything. Oh no. At this time, Guling's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, she waved her sleeves and directly took Zhao Hao, Meng Long, and the others into her inner world. Then, she turned into a beam of divine light and rushed out of the pavilion. What's wrong? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Guling rush out. Boom! Just as everyone was bewildered, a huge hand suddenly descended from the sky and slammed the entire pavilion into the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the hand. Like a destructive storm, it swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. In just a few breaths of time, the entire flowing void was erased from the chaos immortal mansion world. Even if there were powerful Tao runes protecting the void, it was useless. This attack that fell from the sky had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. What? The void trembled and a figure rushed out. It was the Zhou family's little heavenly venerate, Zhou Qi. When he turned around and saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. If he had been a step slower, wouldn't he have been killed inexplicably? That scoundrel plotted against your ancestor. Ao Hai rushed out from the ground with disheveled hair. He was covered in blood, and one of the ancestral dragon's horns on his forehead was broken, with golden dragon blood seeping out. A violent ancestral dragon aura erupted from his body. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had gone mad. Buzz! At this moment, the void trembled and a yin-yang Taoist diagram broke out from the ground. The yin-yang Taoist diagram seemed to be splitting the sky, and the aura it exuded was incomparably terrifying. However, the yin-yang Taoist diagram disappeared in an instant, and 2 figures appeared in the void. These 2 people were the siblings Zi Yin Shao and Zi Yin They were the strongest rising stars of the ancestral star Buzhou in the human realm. They walked out of the ancestral star Buzhou and fought everywhere. There were only a few in the entire human realm's younger generation who could be their opponents. Brother Wu, the power of your hand of extermination doesn't seem to be that great. Why did a few fish slip through the net? A voice came down from the 9 heavens. Qinzhou, what do you mean by this? How dare you look down on my Wu family's hand of extermination? Another voice sounded. Preposterous! At this moment, Guling was enraged. Zhou Qi and Ao Hai were even more enraged because they almost died like the others. They didn't even know who killed them. The Zian siblings were also filled with killing intent. They locked onto the 2 auras in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the entire world shook violently. Roar! A roar rang out, and a terrifying eternal aura instantly swept across the entire immortal mansion of chaos. Countless living beings in the immortal mansion of chaos were terrified. They all looked towards the depths of this world and saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw the sky collapse and the earth crack. A huge hand directly broke through this part of the world and slammed towards a huge figure that stood up on the ground. Rumble! The huge figure that was standing up from the ground was directly pressed into the ground by the huge hand that descended from the sky. What? Everyone was stunned. You dare to kill my successor? I will purge the entire world. An incomparably majestic voice came from another world and spread throughout the entire immortal mansion of chaos. It reached the souls of every living being in this world. What? Countless living beings in the immortal mansion of chaos were dumbfounded. Someone actually wanted to purge the entire world and kill billions of living beings. Master, save me! At this moment, a terrified and anxious voice was heard. The figure that was enveloped by the sky-splitting hand was actually dissipating. That was Tong Yu's great path body. Once it completely dissipated, he would die. Even a half-step eternal existence was not a match for it. This existence was definitely a true eternal one. We're dead. Who can save me? Countless living beings wailed. Even the countless quasi-supremes who had entered this world to train were dumbfounded. They all directly crushed their greater teleportation talismans. Rays of divine light shot into the sky from various parts of the immortal mansion of chaos and instantly disappeared. Outside the immortal mansion of chaos, one figure after another appeared. One quasi-supremes after another were sent out of the immortal mansion of chaos by the greater teleportation talismans. Seal. At this moment, the supreme existence that wanted to purge the entire immortal mansion of chaos made his move again. With a loud roar, the world was directly sealed. The greater teleportation talismans failed? Soon, someone exclaimed. The quasi-supremes who had entered the immortal mansion of chaos to train, but had not had the time to crush their talismans, were all dumbfounded. Because even if they crushed their greater teleportation talismans, they could no longer leave this world. How is this possible? The quasi-supremes panicked and hurriedly sent a message to their sections. However, they soon discovered that they were completely isolated from the outside world. No matter what methods they used, they could not contact anyone in the outside world. This is bad. Some quasi-supremes were scared out of their wits. Father! Guling looked into the depths of this world. She was very confident in her father. The old ancestor has made his move. Let's kill to our heart's content. At this moment, the expert who had destroyed Flowing Void appeared. He walked down from the 9 heavens. It was a graceful man in white. The man in white was tall and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was incomparably handsome. Beside the man in white was a man in green. Compared to the dazzling man in white, this man in green looked incomparably ordinary. His appearance was ordinary, and he did not even have the aura of a cultivator on his body. However, no one dared to underestimate this man in green. So you're the ones who plotted against me? Come and die. Ao Hai had a fiery temper. A huge dragon shadow rushed out of his body, bearing its fangs and claws at the two people. Ignorant native. The white-robed young man looked at Ao Hai disdainfully. How dare a mere quasi-supreme act so presumptuously in front of him? Was he not courting death? The white-robed young man pointed a finger. Bam! Ao Hai did not even have time to scream before he was directly blown up by the white-robed young man's finger. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the void. Even Guling was taken aback when she saw this scene. This guy killed a quasi-supreme being with a single finger? This was no ordinary quasi-supreme martial artist. It was an ancestral dragon quasi-supreme martial artist. Oh, Brother Wu, Your god-killing finger is very powerful." The green-robed young man clapped his hands. "Humph, do I need you to tell me that?" The young man, surnamed Wu, said coldly, looking very proud. The god-killing finger and the heaven-destroying palm were both top-notch divine abilities of the eternal divine dynasty. Naturally, top-notch divine abilities were not ordinary. The Wu family was a relative of the imperial family of the eternal divine dynasty. Preposterous! The Xian siblings and Zhou Qi were both shocked and angry. The cultivation and combat strength of this person were too terrifying. Who could kill Ao Hai with a finger? Even Gu Ling could not do it. Poor Ao Hai, a dignified ancestral dragon, was killed with a finger. Presumptuous! Gu Ling could not stand it anymore. These two fellows were simply too arrogant. Your cultivation is not bad. Follow me and be my maid," Wu Fan said. "What?" The Xian siblings and Zhou Qi, who knew Gu Ling's identity, looked at Wu Fan as if he was a monster. This guy actually wanted Gu Ling to be his maid? That was Gu Fei's daughter. Who was Gu Fei? He was an existence whose name shook the human world and the heaven realm. He killed an extreme supreme in the ancestral realm, dared to compete with a supreme king, and dared to kill a supreme lord with one hand. Gu Fei was a peerless and ruthless person who dared to provoke him. But now, someone actually wanted Gu Fei's daughter to be his maid. Zhou Qi and the others thought that this white-robed young man was crazy. Ha! Gu Ling looked at the white-robed young man and suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Being my maid is an opportunity that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. Don't make a mistake," Wu Fan said seriously as he looked at Gu Ling Tisk. Gu Ling directly raised her middle finger at Wu Fan. Wu Fan was furious. He was about to attack.